Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to the first edition of Audi Go Inside the Republic. Well, as you all know, today we're here again for the first time after how many months? I would say, um, I think this is after 8 weeks or 9 weeks or 10 weeks or 12 weeks. I believe say we were not online live for a couple of weeks before we traveled to Freetown, Sierra Leone. So welcome viewers and welcome to the first edition after the election. We will bring Cantona live from the studios in London and in the United States of America. We are going to bring my main host, when the man for the gaming self. No, Honorable Kotojuma ba.
Hello, Fambul. Ona, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on who's on Afenusa on self today. Welcome, as T-Boy say, to another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic that will bring una live from our UK and US studios. And I just want for correct T-Boy. This is not the first edition in a long time. It's just that this is not the first edition that we studio back.
Yeah, but
So
earlier, back.
we've been at the field. So you get for correct that let people understand that
Oh,
been on the field, bringing you live. Huh?
I say this is not the first show live in the studios.
In the studios, all right. So I missed that part. That no, yeah. So let's just see echo what you say. So we've been on the field, bringing you live programs, sometimes multiple, sometimes hours on end, and we're happy to be here again to discuss, analyze, argue, box with self-made T-boy, and of course we missed the participation and the discussion with we viewers them both on YouTube and Facebook. And hopefully, we hope say today will be another exciting program, and we'll go on for a formula. And let we carry the conversation go on how they go inside the Republic. We just come back and thank God for travel masses. We're happy to be back. So la hand on over again to T-Boy. Because some people they ask me, say, but when I go live today, when I send me the link. So now that's how they do right now. Over to you, T-Boy.
All right, thank you very much, Koto Juma. Like you clearly say, the internet the struggle. I think Koto Juma, I think I'm frozen. Can you go back?
All right. So whilst we get T-Boy back, because T-Boy came today with the orange theory, so it look like say that it's time for verify and force and vet up for say in the real T-Boy not to clone them. So like we say, how they go inside the Republic? It's been politics all the way for the past weeks, and we will continue today again. Now the political space forget a conversation where we still they talk about the 2023 elections. We don't see the outcome so far, and we try for discuss how Sierra Leone they right now in terms of political space. And we're asking our question based on the outcome. Tiboy, are you back? Okay, Tiboy is not back yet. So based on the outcome of the elections, we are asking the question, is Sierra Leone still a multi-party democracy or a one-party state? So that's not a big topic of a conversation, but as we know, the CIGM media, then they will take away different turns and different areas there. And of course, we cannot do justice to that program if we not share with Tuna we own experience, for the 6 to 8 weeks there that will be this alone during the elections and all of that. And we want to say thank you again, and we encourage you now for please share with programs with a wider network and wherever you're watching, so at least people able to contribute to the conversation. The 2023 elections has been one that where everybody being interested in, everybody want to know how the process they go and the outcome. There's been so many debates and all that. And one thing I would say, the upside of the elections, and we get a lot of, increased, based on your own observation, increase citizens' participation in elections and governance and the people the way they want to represent them. So people's voices, people that raise their voices, and all of that, I would say, thanks to social media. It made it easier, it made it quicker, and it made people able to involve. Whether you're in Sierra Leone or outside Sierra Leone, people have been able to involve in the political discussion and in the political process. We will say involve and, increase citizens' participation, not mean say you either get for contest for political office or not just the vote where you vote or you support somebody where you care about or political party where you care about or political interest where you care about. This one, even people will not register, even those who not reach the voting age, even the one that were disgruntled and the one that were happy, were able to participate and engage some way, somehow. So that is the upside, and I think that is a plus for Sierra Leone. And we self get real experience, and for us, there is so much about the thing, say, oh, una the optic, the una the alatif, that we are here in the diaspora just blabbing our way and talking, you're not on the ground. Luckily, we are fortunate against all odds to make our way to Sierra Leone and participate in the process. Before elections, during elections, and post elections. So for us, it was an experience yet again, because every election cycle different. So, and we've been doing this for the past, God knows when. Let's say, to be realistic, from 2012 elections, 20 as a media house, 2018 elections, and 2023 elections. So now 3 election cycle where we don't participate in as Sierra Gem Media. But individually, we have been engaged in the process since we knew democracy and the Second Republic in 1996. So we get a fair idea of how elections then only happen. We get the history for see how every election cycle is different. So welcome back, T-Boy. I hope you're here with us now. Say hi to Famulem again if you did hear we and if you don't join we.
Hello. Well, I think I did the internet and it is properly right now, but I manage first with voting. I get why it's really go along. So yes, Kotujuma, I don't hear most of the initial opening then we don't get to the program today and what's going to happen within the past couple of weeks while we were in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Now the fact say a lot of stuff has happened. We don't go through a lot of things that we'll see in the presence and the politics in Sierra Leone and we didn't have the ground where they can say they uptick, they make noise, now for tick and can make the same kind of noise. But I think it was a different atmosphere when we get to Freetown. So basically all routine will be the expect. Some of them have been reality, some of them were not reality. But like you say, the experience is different. And today we deliberately not analyze politics in Sierra Leone, not for any other reason, because we want to make everything evolve, if we able to see how we summarize the whole process. And today was the final straw of what we be finally wait for, and that thing will be the finally wait for. Now the fact say we now don't see say the first parliament don't open after the election. So we want to see exactly what's going to be the outcome of that parliament sitting there and what's in the procedure of what's the APC stands being stand for. And we don't see it don't take place today. So we're able for now talk about the whole process, how we started, where we came from and where it is and where we are at now. So I feel that's one of the reasons why we could not be able to analyze the election itself, because this process hasn't yet been completed. But today, we don't complete the process. But one for apologize once more to viewers them for the late start and also for the fact that we were meant to be on live yesterday and we get for shift time to today because we were waiting for the progress of the first parliament sitting. We happened to the officially in Sierra Leone. So yeah, that is what I would say for now, Juma. Whilst I still try for set up my devices them for see how I will come back online properly.
Awesome. Thank you so much, T-Boy. And obviously, that's a fair, opening there for say, we wanted to look at events post-elections for C because you want to put the conversation in perspective. People don't debate the results and the impacts where it don't create in the politics and the process. We see the argument from both the what you call it, the international community, the political parties, civil society, so-called citizens of Sierra Leone, both at home and abroad, and people who actively participate in the process, and people who, under normal circumstances, can look at politics, say, "Oh, politics is not for me," you know. They're all we don't read the argument them. So, and like what T-Boy say, um, it's good to be out there to experience. So now, while we talk, I'm sharing with people away one for watch, and the experience is different on the ground. There are so many um, misconceptions, assumptions we get. Some of them are correct, some of them are not, and some of them are accurate and some are not, and some of them deeper than waiting may you they think. So the politics of Sierra Leone, not to just for go votes, that's what I would say. The process, it entails a whole lot. So if you get an opportunity or be part of it, I'll always encourage you to be. You don't have to be a registered member of a political party or they run for political office. So, T-Boy, let me start with the before elections. What's your opinion? And family will get Femi as well with we, go join we along the way. And I don't know if you're ready for say hi, hello to family. It's okay. When you're ready, go tell me. So yes, T-Boy, what's your opening before elections? Then once we go there, we'll talk about the whether Sierra Leone is a multi-party democracy or a one-party state. Over to you.
Before election, it's been quite interesting for realize say a lot happens. And when I say a lot happens, it's either here in the UK, it's in the world on the see there with Una with America, it's in the world on the see they unfold. In terms of what in the political dimension, it's try for direct we as Sierra Leoneans and citizens towards. Now the fact say nobody was too sure exactly about what is happening. The PR system was a bit confusing. It took me a couple of months for make able to understand and realize all the concepts behind the PR system because, like I say, I haven't been part of the PR system where then we get the election day immediately after the war. So basically, I was a bit confused. I did not know the rationale behind how members of parliament are going to be voted for, whether it was a political party in the vote for, or whether it was for individuals. I was a bit confused. So basically, we discussed for find out, me personally, we discussed for find out and discussed for evaluate the whole process of the election itself. And when you look at the constitution review of what in the constitution say, that the fact say we were not supposed to be going to a PR system of election. But it was a bit confusing because again, Parliament passed this bill, Parliament passed that bill. So every other bill that was against the system that we have as the Constitution was definitely against what the Constitution stated. So it was a bit of a challenge. And then challenges, then they it reached to the point where we not ask questions again. But the first thing where you mentioned say people are saying I don't want to be part of politics. You don't have to support a political party for make you become part of the political dispensation. Because no matter what you do, no matter what you say, politics now part of your life. We agree or disagree, we can't do without it. Whether you participate or not, you are automatically involved in it without even you doing anything. Not just because you get the right to vote, but even if you not get the right to vote, your role in politics in politics is very active as anybody else with the vote. Even if you choose not to vote, but you still they play an active role in politics, regardless whether you choose not to vote. When you not register, you're also playing a role in politics by not registering. So you cannot avoid politics in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, except if you passed away, that's different. Except if you sick, you're not able to participate either way, then that is different. But for as long as you're there alive, you get good health, you're able, you will participate in politics regardless. So Juma, if I say I'll be able to summarize the before election, I think it will be very difficult because it's a very long process. And we start of almost, I would say a year where we begin.
5 years. No, 5
Well,
years.
I say a year, now the countdown towards election itself,
Okay.
because 5 years starting off after 2018, I think say everybody dropped their guards down thinking, well, we're going to start again, but few months to election, then we will pick up the pieces. But we started it immediately after 2018 election. And I believe say we countdown officially started about a year to election, and they will begin break things down as we go along. But I won't be able to summarize it all for you in this particular program because it will be detail of what and what I going to talk about. But I will just left and forth so in that brief summary day, and then we'll be able for add on back and forth if we can as we go along.
All right. Thank you so much. So it's me one for say, the pre-election phase was tensed because nobody not be able, like how T-Boy say, a few months leading to the elections, nobody not be know what's in the happen because there was so much confusion with waiting the constitution say, waiting the law say, and the agenda where individuals then they push, and then pushing it as saying now within the constitution or within the law say. So that it caused confusion for people then. And the rhetoric then from all stakeholders, all players was high. You know, we see accusations, counter accusations, attacks, counter attacks, all of that we saw during before the elections. And we see how, you know, the bodies them we charged with the responsibility for conduct elections, how people then lost trust. The people they lost the people and trust because they were expecting to see an independent electoral commission. But from day one, from the appointment of the electoral commissioner and subsequent appointment of chief electoral commissioner and subsequent appointment of other electoral commissioners, them where we are in parliament, they say these people are not qualified based on the law of the country, but then still push them and bulldoze their way for let them make sure say they did it. And people ask the question, why? Why do you have to push people that are not qualified to lead an institution that's supposed to be independent? But that was pushed anyway. So that's one. Secondly, laws then begin change in the middle of the game. Two, processes and systems then begin changing in the middle of the game. We know what happened with the midterm census. You know, the midterm census, people cried it down to say we don't need this. And the data that you're going to be producing here is not going to help Sierra Leone. But the justification was we are doing the midterm census for let we redemarcate boundaries and do things there for able for help the country move forward. And obviously they want to use the data for midterm census as part of the election, you know, data or plans. People criticized it, that those midterm census data was not credible. But government and electoral commission and statistics Sierra Leone still push with that. So people, that was another red flag. Term reach, then change. Well, they change the electoral acts and change how for register, waiting qualify you for be registered for vote, and then put say the district block system and the PR system now get for use. So those are all issues. We hear so much cries. We even see court cases there where people then go, the judiciary itself get involved and do their own thing where they feel say them for do and help for mess up the system. That said, council registration. We discussed registration issues here. We raised concern about, we predicted what will go wrong and how that become dangerous for Sierra Leone moving forward. People they say, oh, we not let government, we just they criticize, we've been paid by the APC to do this, and this. We ended up seeing exactly what we criticized happen. A lot of people were disenfranchised. They not allow them for register for vote because of waiting them put the barriers and bottlenecks where them put for let people not able for register. That was another red flag. Still, registration done. They were expecting to say this ECSL as an independent institution by the laws we then self make. I talk about the new laws that the new Election Act of 2022 or 2021, where then self pull come out now do show say now this the law prescribe. When you don't register voters, you get for make sure say you publish the results for let all man know who say a register, who say supposed for vote, and for ensure say yes, the information where it been give away the register actually accurate. If there is a reason for contestant, it will contest them, and for let them cancel them. The reason why I make they give this build up and for let people understand and put things into perspective for see where we are today. That it was not by accident, it was not by mistake, it was not by coincidence, but it was a deliberate ploy to disrupt the process. That I would say clearly, you know. So then we see the issue of voter ID card, T-boy. We see black and white, people in face not come out, people they register on one side, but the name, the information we then get as the address the other side, or you get two address information, half na one side, half na the other side. So many things. People raised objections. That was dismissed as well. The time for registration we talk about and say 15 days not go do, because if you look at an 2 cycle and do where it was 15 days now then gain at one place, not to 30 days. People never had 30 days to register to vote. So you will get some centers where they're open for 2 weeks or 15 days, then go now another the other cycle, then go other centers then. So the whole thing was messed up like that. And I would say it was deliberate. Time reach now for let people go take the charcoal card. People they go there, no, they give them card there. Thousands of cards were left at the centers the way them is supposed to go collect them. And it's not like the people were not making the efforts to go collect these cards. People they go there for go collect their cards, then they tell them, say, oh, the center not open till they will get buried or then get some kind of activity when I come back tomorrow. So just waste them for frustrate people them, not for go take their ID cards them. Or somebody go there for go collect the ID card, then say, oh, then they conduct by election for Hajj people them when I come back next week. But the next week where they give them now 1 day or 2 days for elections. That means say where you not get your card last week, you can't today now. They will tell you say, oh, they can prepare for go the box them, ballot paper, election materials. So the center not open. So thousands of people did not have the opportunity to collect their voter ID cards based on how ECSL creates a mess we lead with Usai with this so today. So like Tiboy say, if we say they highlight everything, these are just the big areas there we want to talk about. And we saw the violence before, the political intimidation, the police brutality, always happen before elections. That was all as a way for deter people then. After that, so these are some of the things. Then we will look at the few days before or around election and on election day as well. Over to you, Tiba. I don't know if I missed anything we want to add.
I think you don't highlight almost everything we you need for highlights. I think one of the most important one we have to left out now the fact say ECSL do all this in preparation to the end product of the election itself. And like I say, everything we then do was not like accidentally, it was deliberate. And those deliberate acts now lead we to what we get at the end of the election. But all the time when we are saying some of these things, people may not be understand the nature nature at which we be try for highlight some of them concerns there. So. But we know where white robe, to lawyers,
We know where coat and tie.
not get coats and ties. So basically,
Femi,
sometimes not challenge what would they say, but dismiss we totally and entirely. But we see the outcome of the dismissal, and we then done the make over the past couple of years before it gets to the election year itself. And most of those concerns from the census, we highlighted everything about it, the machinery, the mechanism, the technical skills, the IT skills, the way they use for incorporate everything into the census was wrong. We even challenge people in way they conduct the census themselves. They talk about cloud data system, then we're able for log on to. And you cannot log on to a system that doesn't exist in the first place. So we begin to highlight all the concerns here. How can you actually collate the census results together if we rely on the internet? We're able for go now all the information a day at one given point in time, where we know clearly, say, there are many areas in Sierra Leone where we not get internet access, i.e., AfriCell, Airtel, or whatever you might call it, Orange, QCell, they will not be able to operate in those areas because there is no network system connected for their network, then for make them able to get network. The only way how you go get network in that area, then the way the people then will be talk to highlight, then get space them where you can log on to. And those space can only be logged on to by the international workers who get when NGOs them within a region in the because then
we get satellites.
Get satellite then we need to connect. So basically it was not any access of mobile or internet devices, but direct satellite links where then they log on to because then get their own server they all over the world. So it was not an impossible task for them. And you're not able for log on to their system then if you don't have access. So we see the challenges then we don't begin highlight. And as some of the challenges they also then try for apply into the election itself. So it was not an accident. It was a deliberate act for create that kind of chaos. The Jumaki always call them organized chaos.
Organized, yes, organized chaos.
I totally agree. But again, like you say, you know, left nothing out. You don't highlight almost all the concerns that we done the highlights before, way before election, from the even before the census. Even when they begin make noise, say they will be able to digitalize the entire education system in Sierra Leone, we knew that was not possible as well because we will not get the apparatus, they will not get the skills, they will not get the logical, technical ability for make that possible. So we knew these were just full talk. You talk about things that we know for say you not get the capacity for do, but you talk them anyway. Because guess what? There are so many late Sierra Leoneans out there we just the evidence they also the Komaya, the Kaya, and able to understand exactly what's in the technical jargons they then people also they use. And then use those jargons deliberately for frightening people will not get education, will not learn, but also not just the one they will not learn, but even the one they will learn, not familiar with them technical jargons they are so they find it difficult to ask questions, which is the norm in civil anyway. You're a doctor, lawyer, technician, engineer, or whatever you might find yourself into that particular profession, you are not answerable to anybody. Nobody can question your professionalism. And that is a norm. So basically, when you see somebody when they talk about their language there, so you need to even challenge them because you know even know what's in the meaning of them particular words then they, especially the technical terms them, we get a lot to do with IT. We get the super guru then we they use IT technical terms. We don't even know the purpose of those terms. Sometimes they're just saying it, but they don't even know what they mean. So we don't realize all these problems and we don't highlight all these concerns. Say, they can't wait how they go. So if we not be careful, everything get for be messed up. And that is exactly what happened at the end. So over to you back, Juma.
All right, thank you so much. So before you know, we before we talk about close, the day, a couple of days before elections, and then like let's say the week around elections itself. Lastly, there's a comment from Jerry Brown where I go look for it. They say, Juma, I disagree with you that the ECSL created a mess. The truth of the matter is that the ECSL has drawn up an agenda to rig the election from the outset. through the stages the ECSL were implementing the agenda items. The commission even proclaimed President Bill the winner during the presidential nomination with a five-finger gesture. A picture says 1,000 words. Jerry, I think we always say the same thing in a different way. The only thing we give you an account of how things that they happen and left out for the public for see the mess and decide whether that mess they responsible for waiting they happen. And remember, I say the ECSL was meant to be seen as an independent institution, but from the appointments and how them bulldoze for make sure say the chief electoral commissioner and other commissioners were approved, show say they were not going to be independent in the first place. So we'll talk about all that as we go along. But thank you for your comments. We want more of those comments as well. Let people then share with we. As I said before, we talk about the week of elections. There are a few things that we observe, or we observe, traveling throughout the country, and thank you to the All People's Congress. They were brave enough to give us access to their campaign trail. We approached the SLPP, obviously, we know it's in the answer. They're only threatening we. So they seen a spy, then they send we for go spy, why they for give we access. So as a result of that, we did not cover their place. So for anybody where they watch, we think say we only covered one side and did not cover them, that was the reason behind it. And again, we did not just cover the APC, but we covered most of the observer meetings, right, T-Boy? The observer meetings, them pre-elections and post-elections, we cover them. So that is one thing I want to highlight here. We went with the intention to make sure we give everybody a fair platform, but we will only work with the way we agree. Do I not agree for a lot of work with them? Tough luck, and maybe they worked with the people they were comfortable to work with, and we have no, beef about that or anything. So, few things. Firstly, we observe and say the people in Sierra Leone not register. I would say that was not true. Against all odds, even when they try for discourage people, people went out and registered. That's one. Two, against all odds, people went out to collect their voter ID cards, except the one we try everything and fail. Three, on election day, Sierra Leoneans went out in a historical number for go out and go vote. Old, young, first-time voters, man, woman, belle woman, old people, even though I didn't get for popo, or we didn't 2 person get for Ola with walking stick, we're sick. As long as they register, they went out there to vote. Even with all how they try for discourage them, that will tell you for free. There are two things which stand out for me, and me and T-Boy discuss all this somewhere in the provinces. Firstly, the power of social media. And we understand now, when we're in town, why the government passed this cyber law, 1, 2, and why they frown against social media. I personally believe social media for Sierra Leone is a necessary evil. And the power of social media is great in Sierra Leone. Because if you wait for conventional media, you know they get information. And I think, I don't know if it was the same observation for T-Boy, but mine, the people in the provinces were more current than the people within the capital city, Freetown. Because the people in the provinces and upcountry relies on social media for their news updates and information sharing. Whereas the one that within our tongue, and we said there are times where we get lost. There are certain things happening, we know they know quick because you're in Sierra Leone. Because the only way you'll engage is on social media. That is where you get real-time and current information. Then Now it's your responsibility for begin the shifter within our actual news and within our fake news and who's one accurate and who's one not accurate. But the power of social media. So I want to encourage all of us, let's make use of it for able for empower with people them and give them the information where they need. Because when the news circle to the diaspora and goes back in, it becomes more authentic. So that's the power. The other one we are observe now that a lot of us out here they assume say because the illiteracy rate is high in Sierra Leone, people are not clued up. They not understand about the process or how things then go. So the layman's perspective and common sense argument where the people and they put up, particularly they talk about the provinces when are the largest parts of Sierra Leone, where the argument that they put up, for me, I was amazed. The issue of data, they knew the implication more than me and you will go school. We downplayed it, but then we talked with people where voluntarily try for analyze why the wrong data, why the voter ID, the charcoal voter ID card, the repercussion we go get for Sierra Leone. So, Tibo, those are my observations on a general point of view before we talk about the week for elections. What's your take?
Similar to yours, but also the enthusiasm of the people in the provincial towns of Sierra Leone were great. And when I say enthusiasm, I've never seen anything like that, ever. We've covered possibly 3 elections in Sierra Leone now. And this particular one, in the out of context. Because when I would say for sure, we did not travel majority of all Sierra Leone like we used to within the past 2 elections. Again, like Ejuma say, we have certain amounts of restrictions, not by our own fault, but we gave an open book policy to all the political parties. And I think last election, we covered almost everything. We were everywhere. We had a team of Sierra Leone media, women in the Southeast, Kailong, Pujombo, Kenema, for cover the entire country, and we'll be the correspondent with them. And there are times when we self go and in particular places, then they for cover the campaign or cover whatever be happen there. But this time around, we were a little bit restricted. But I think all the areas then will we cover, the kind of enthusiasm we may see within the people of Sierra Leone, I think I've never experienced that in politics. One, again, the idea of grassroots don't die. When they say, oh, grassroots, now the people that will not go school, we not sabi nothing, we not educated, now just the one the way they sell na markets no more, where they do trading, now the grassroots. No, that concept of grassroots don't change. Where you actually meet the grassroots people the way they participate in politics actively, now the provincial towns or the suburbs of Freetown, now they tell you understand, say, the mentality of grassroots is not the same anymore. Now the grassroots then way now the grassroots then we might not necessarily go school for it, right? But they understand exactly what in politics is all about. They understand what in the meaning of them vote. They understand the importance of the ID card then we the neighbor for see them face. They understand the purpose of why you not just need the ID card for votes, but you need them for other purposes. Then they make them very clear to everybody, say, now that we don't have the proper ID card, some of you not be able to use them for open accounts in a bank, some of you not be able to use them for get certain kind of clarifications or for identify ourselves for things they already do. We're not able to use them for microcredit loans because we not get identification. We go prove, say, we are this particular person. So they knew exactly the reasons why they should have a proper ID card for representing. And again, if you don't have it in Sierra Leone, sometimes not everybody get access for go do passport because not all man it's travel. So the ID card was a primary form of identification in Sierra Leone, and people need to take it lightly. So no matter how much bad it is, people were still determined to get them because that's the only form of identification which some people can get. Even when you go take you WAS results or Becker results or university something we get for do with identification, If you don't have a school ID, for example, you don't lost her, you're not able to do nothing. I remember clearly when Salome they played in Guinea a couple of months ago or last year, some of me staff them ready for go cover that game day. Then I get ID card. And you only need an ID card to travel from Sierra Leone to Guinea because we share border. We are part of the Mano River Union community. So we know they even ask for nothing other than just a basic, simple ID card. That's make one or two of them able for travel. So that's the importance of ID card. But if you look at in a very close context, you begin to understand, say, wow, the amount of people who are knowledgeable about salon politics now is way beyond anybody in expectation. Because even that Peking when you expect, say, right now, no, nothing but politics. But you're able to tell you something where you're able to know. And that's now one thing where amazed me as well, Juma. Where we meet one small Peking, we ask a question, say, Mama, what's in make mother be in picture? They all over the country. And he's beginning and asking for do politics, so possibly 3 to 4 year old. But he able to understand, say, okay, I don't see this picture almost all side. Now free turn. Why? What are this person? So that shows you how much knowledge people can get about salon politics. So the grassroots not they exist anymore, where they refer to as the uneducated people who participate in politics. That has changed. Now the grassroots not necessarily get that school education, but they understand exactly what in politics they're all about and what it means to them. So the active participation of what me experience within the Sierra Leonean community in politics, I think, is extremely, extremely impressive. Like something we will not ever see before. And it not manifest itself before election, but it manifests itself before, during, and also after election. We're able to identify and realize, say, the people within a salon, they understand now exactly what in politics stand for and what it is all about. And you're gonna be amazed. Not so just within strongholds, but even across strong and weaker zones of the both political parties. Then we try to talk about when APC and SLPP. We're able to foresee how people within the southeast don't realize how important their votes be, don't realize what in politics mean to them because they saw the reality of what in politics mean to them this time around. Right across again to the north, themselves see exactly what in politics mean to them and the reality of how politics they affects their day-to-day life, and then ready for make them changes. Then you'll be amazed of if this election will be a transparent and clear election. If we don't see the real dynamics of how salon people don't really take politics to their own hands and say we vote now means a lot. Not so that vote first all they can't vote for you because they can't give one bag less than 10,000 because we believe say you know the palm tree, because we believe say you know the sun. It's not about that anymore. Even the people away when they support APC now, APC stronghold. For the fact say they get people away and not be able to satisfy, say these people and for represent we, they stood up against them and say no, we don't want these people to represent us because now we don't want just face, we not just want picture, we not just want anything where they can give it a glimpse. We want somebody who really gets we concerned, we seek we interest, we ready for can work for we. And that not the thing we will be able to see this time around in salon politics right across the country. Over to you, back, Juma.
Thank you so much, T-Boy, for buttressing that. I see I don't know if not the first time they watch we or they just, Kindeya, Mr. Tungi, they say move on, the election is over, talk about clean drinking water. I wish you could able for tell me more about clean drinking water because just come on salon. If you not get money, you need to drink clean water. And even the clean water is iffy as well because the plastic water and the bottled water, every household, even the pan bodios, not only them prefer because not only them will make them get typhoid and malaria and other water and waterborne diseases. So they are big. Where you did tell me about clean, for a lot talk about water. If you get the wrong representation, the wrong people in our governance, the people will not care about the country only for old power and thief the country, you can't talk about clean drinking water, Mr. Tonge. So now just that, I don't know when are the last day you come on salon, because it looked like see they travel through your work, they travel throughout the United States, but I don't know when are the last time. I cannot see picture of you in a salon. Sometimes last year you go salon now 50 years ago. But no disrespect to you, but I just want to throw that out here. But again, you support Donald Trump, so I can understand as well. Over to you, T-Boy, before I continue. So.
I look like what is Mr. Tonge. Good one.
Well, say we don't always say anybody where they can I get for come correct.
I know they actually frown at them. Again, you guys for say election London. Look, we talk about drinking water. But how?
Yeah.
How they start for talk about clean drinking water if we not analyze what in the election all stand for? Because if we know whose side we come out, no people for no side where they go.
Correct.
Everything we get for do with what happens next in Sierra Leone gets a lot for do with this particular area we depend on right now. And this era that the most important time in the history of Sierra Leone politics. What happens now next? We've seen things happening that has never happened in Sierra Leone before. And Salon don't gain independence for 60-something years now. But the things that we don't begin unfold in Sierra Leone politics is not the same anymore. Not the same practices of politics will be the CEO, great grandpa and Medipa, oh, grandpa and Medipa, oh, papa and Medipa. That has changed. And that has changed drastically to the extent that we not just worry about the election itself, but we also worry about the outcome of the election. We also worried about the process of the election. Because why? We don't have to begin repeat the same mistakes the old great grandpa with grandpa or papa they don't make. We continue to accept, say, oh, let's move on. Election undone. We'll talk about drinking water. I believe, say, Mr. Tonge, don't be part of that. Let's move on from the shaky days to where we found ourselves right now. Do you still want us to leave it as it is and then move on? Talk about how for clean drinking water, because I want to make you give me the solution of how we go find clean drinking water with the water don't dirty before we even can find the new clean one. So you get for understanding context in it, and you get for understand why it is necessary for us to sit and talk about these things right now. Because at the same dismissal them that we don't do for the past couple of years, and look how often we say, because we refuse for accept the facts, we refuse for say this nine they happen. Some of us are not in denial, but we are deliberate about our actions.
Can you? Yeah, but T-Boy, what you get for ask Mr. Tongi first? T-Boy, did it?
Yeah, go on, Juma.
Yeah, the first way for ask, and the south side in Los Angeles or somewhere in California, the first question you ask them in this area, if not clean drinking water, they talk about.
True, exactly.
That's the first thing you ask him. If that's what he talk about. So the man don't reduce Sierra Leone to say your vote does not matter. It doesn't matter the outcome. It don't matter if corruption they rig the process or anything. Just talk about basic need, water and eat. When are the same concept where most politicians then get say, I don't care about you. Where election time come, I'll give 10,000 leon, 6 cup rest, 1 t-shirt, go eat, buy water you drink, then vote for me. After that, we not get any agreement again until 5 years. So that's the mindset of Mr. Tonge. Say, I don't care about you all. I give una water, una drink. Then I don't bring development to una. But let's move on. Femi, you don't ready for come say hello to Fambulen? All right, because the next phase of the conversation get for be interesting. So I know I left Femi out. Say, Femi, tell Fambulen Madu. And I want for you to say for more on what we don't discuss so far, because without you, we not for be able to do nothing. So we want to say thank you so much for holding Sierra Media together and pushing us out there and make sure you give the right technology for able to come live to people. Then over to you.
Hello, Jim. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
You sure? A big fan
yeah.
When I hear me because the last sentence see.
Daddy, you tell of Juma, can you hear me now? Na Pademba Road.
So yeah, so guys, I was gonna say welcome to we guest them, but I guess it all late now because I don't go on and on and on. But no. Honestly, this I did laugh or smile now, but it's been a sad situation for the last few months. for the last few days, and you guys, Juma, we don't predict most of them here, so, but the way it feel after election, the way the mood of the people, it feels as if it was daylight robbery. You know, ECSL were given the mandate to conduct a free and fair election. And from the feedback what they get from majority of people, in not like safe seeing that election they then do, let alone free and fair. So the election safe no rights because they didn't put
Femi,
anything
then
in
speak a
place.
little bit louder, please.
Let me come and ask if you dare hear me.
Yeah, maybe they hear you, bro.
So yeah, so it's you know, if enough FIBA like say ECSL actually conducts an election. I do get for beginner first before we begin talk about free and fair. All the things that they're supposed to don't put in place, they didn't put them in place. But sometimes you might see something that were deliberate for frustrate people then because that's what we had predicted could happen. We actually beg people and say no matter what the situation on a come out and can vote. And the people of Sierra Leone did so. You know, record numbers. If ECSL level able to give you the right number of people that we vote, it looked like say we had a record numbers of voters then. And for that, we applaud the people of Sierra Leone for doing so. But waiting, we not supposed to accept. Now say them votes and enough for be counted. You know, I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what we should do as a country, as a people, for addressing so. But waiting, I know say we shouldn't sit down and let it be.
All right, thank you so much, Femi. And so let's go to the week for elections.
Breathe.
Breathe. The what?
I say you get for breathing.
Yeah, I get for breathing because I try for lock my eye and get the flashback of everything. The week to elections or weeks before elections, this issue of data became the talking points in Sierra Leone, became the concern of every Sierra Leonean, whether the illiterate, the old person, the young person, first-time voter, the one we're not being getting right for vote. Everybody was concerned about the data. Everybody was concerned whether their vote was going to mean anything, whether their vote was going to be counted. Everybody we register for vote was concerned whether they were going to be able to vote on election day. So the whole country, from both aisles, SLPP doing their campaign will tell you, say, if you want data, go Airtel or AfriCell. So then use the word data or do free publicity for the phone companies because their perception about data is only a way to connect, you understand, with communication. On the APC side, they were saying the people, this not so the politician, but the people were demanding to say, if we not pull the data, there should not be any elections. This is not so the politician, and this I talk about the people of Sierra Leone will come out, will be one for votes, say no data, no election, because they know say if the data you not get a base, there's always going to be the high risk for rigging. And these people were challenging politicians, for say, if we are not fit for that data, we no want to participate in the election. This is also the politician then. I think Femi gets something we have for play for we. I don't know if he ready. All right, it will come just now. So that was one of the key things the week leading to elections. And we were fortunate to participate or witness or attend a dialogue that was called a dialogue meeting between the All People's Congress and the Electoral Commission. Tiba, was this post the APC press conference, that meeting? It was.
Yeah.
Okay. So before the dialogue meeting, the All People's Congress called a press conference for, say, the leader of the party and the presidential candidate, Dr. Samoa Kamara, one for do a press conference and address the nation. Their main thing was to say, they then put down the points, and one of the key one was the data. They want to get access to accurate data, and they get account of everything where them feel say they don't catalog where go wrong from 2018 to that present moment. But the key one was the data. And then also ask for let the chief electoral commissioner and the 5 commissioners then resign. That's one. 2, they ask also say they want this election to be conducted by independent people where all political parties and the international community go make sure say they approve of, because they not get trust in the electoral commission as it being done form at that moment. So these were all concerns, because then we don't know say they then go be shortchanged, things that they go against them, and the risk for rigging will be high. So it's not like they did not mention. They did mention those things before elections. So the APC party gives 72 hours ultimatum for say, if we not get all them things here, we not participate in an election. But this is politics. Sometimes as a leader, you have to make hard and uncomfortable decisions. I think the APC leadership look at things from a broad perspective. Then, as I say, there was a dialogue at the Bintimani where the Peace Commission and PPRC co-chair and then mediate. They were there. And the APC-led and the international community were fully represented. The APC laid down all them points, all them grievances, and show say based on the registration figures in the country and the momentum, they believe they were going to win the elections if the elections were free, fair, and credible. This time before elections. ECSL commissioner Insai come try for rebut and say for give confidence for say, oh, they don't put everything, they're not going to be biased and anything. The international community were present. The meeting not end on that day. They had a follow-up meeting with a smaller group of people. And all we know is the APC maintained their position, but ECSL still said they're going with the elections. There was no way, Femi, would they get you feedback? There was no way where, at that dying second, the APC not being for participating in the elections. But that led to what? The demonstration, right? So the APC had a demonstration at the party office, as usual, which you don't see in the past. Then go and fire and kill somebody there, and also brutalize the APC people in the party headquarters and across the country, arrest a lot of people then. So the tension continued for months, but that did not still deter people for go out and vote on elections day. People went out in their numbers and voted. So man go there from 5 o'clock in the morning. And T-Boy, as we been don't predict the issues will go happen on election day based on all the things that will be done, say from the midterm census, from the registration flaws, from the new electoral laws, from all the barriers they all don't talk about actually happen, from the bad ID cards and all of that. We witnessed all of it. We went to polling stations. We interviewed people that went out to vote. We see 2 women, for example, then 2 women, they get voter ID card. We get all them details. But when they go vote, then tell them, say, their name not in the ECSL book. so they're not able for votes. Imagine, now who that issue the ID card? Now ECSL. The woman and get a list. If we don't get a voter register, then people we don't can verify the information. Will not for be lead to that problem there. But these women were determined. Then say, Alex F. Natimi Dunet, they must vote yonder. They left first, they're gonna host, go eat, and come back and kind of line because they want for make sure say they vote. Number one, we saw another woman where he registered her book fields, a address, he say Western area, book fields, but in actual address na Cambia ID. All the way Cambia. So the woman get two address on election day. The first line and second line of the address, but in region na Cambia. So we saw all of those things. We saw people where not get ID card, but then we don't tell them, say, as long as you register for vote, you go with your voting slip, you go able for vote. They were denied the opportunity to exercise their franchise, where now one of them rights they will then get as Sierra Leoneans, as long as you qualify. So they did everything, but they were deprived by what? The system. By whom? By ECSL. Who in ECSL? The electoral commissioners. They deprived them. We saw everything that happened on polling day. Some sign-up starts for votes till 5 p.m. in the evening. Where voting supposed to start 7 a.m. in the morning. We will say at least 60, 70, 80% of the centers they not start for vote until after 10 o'clock. Some 1 o'clock, some 2 o'clock. And someday they not even add time for them. Then still close on at 5 o'clock because I've been 7 to 5 or so, right? So they close at 5. So all of those things we saw, but that did not deter people. They came out and voted. Tibola, pass and move over to you because something else interesting you want to talk about. But I don't know if I miss out anything.
Not at all. I think you don't highlight almost every concerns raised by us before the election. One thing where you forget now, the fact say you yourself, you actually educate 2 polling stations them or allow 2 people then we legitimately for votes, but then you refuse them for votes because they say they're not registered at that particular station there. White stick. That's what
yeah, white stick na 10 better.
On white stick now one. We go white stick, we meet this police officer, then don't stop.
No, it was a Mount Everest guy.
Everest security guard. They don't stop them from making no votes because they say register at that particular polling station there. But guess what? Yes, in not get right for vote for member of parliament, but now in right for vote for president. Because the presidency not get restrictions. It doesn't matter where you are. As long as you register for vote, you can prove that you register for vote. You get the right for vote for presidency. And then we don't turn the man down already, say no the vote. And the man was very adamant, say he won't vote because he need for votes for him president. We don't know what that man is supposed to vote to, whether to go vote for APC or for SLPP. That was not our concern. We concern for make sure say the man gets in rights for votes for the president where he want for votes for. So we ask, who do we for talk to? They refer we to the station officer. Meets the young woman, explain things to him. And are they right there? He say, yes, why not? I go help facilitate for make the man vote. But we're not able for chase for look we see what in that the use when they stop him in the first place. But for as long as the station officer say he go able for facilitate for let the man vote because now he right for vote for the president. So we wait there, the man go and allow him for vote, he come back now and we ask him more questions. How you feel when you don't exercise your rights for vote for your president? Now this no money more for do today. All this car don't also as security guard for make sure say you also safe. Now for make myself get the opportunity for vote for my president. And we make sure say you get the opportunity there and he vote. Again, we're gonna first stop na Magai Junction. We realized that the queue was not moving. Everybody was just chaotic, standing outside, confusion day. And we'll not be noting that the process of voting they happen inside. So first we will go inside the station itself and it all realize say There was a systematic queue inside the school, and it was well organized. But guess what? We were still struggling to talk to the people who are responsible. And then we'll go meet the station, polling station officer. We say, what's happening here? People are queuing outside, and they fetch for cancer and able to get access. What you get for do about it? Oh, no, no, it's coming and also. So automatically he was aggressive. And we begin to say, hold on a sec, you don't have to be aggressive. Even if you are not able to bring cameras and also there is an approach that you should use. But we now don't face the experience of intimidation by ECSL officers the way they create chaos and then polling stations there also. So if we were not patient enough, if we not get that courage for understand, okay, this guy want to raise this platform to something else, let's cool down and then respond to them in a very polite manner and see what you go do next. Now, so chaos can happen because automatically it don't create chaos we're not supposed for even happen in the first place. So what we do, we ask them, so who do you want for refer we to? We'll go able for ask the question, then we people and they ask outside. Oh, and I forgot behind that the person did it. Just like that. So basically, what we get for do, we look, we not see nobody for turn. So we approach the security officers and back now the domot and tell them, say, now we now need for exercise some amount of patience. One person need for gonna do organize the queue for make the people able for kind side. But what you did on that day, Juma, na clear manifestation for say ECSL were not prepared in any way, shape, or form whatsoever for conduct this election. Because if they were prepared, they had their mandates in place. They don't put down all the structures, then will be the challenge, say, will not be in place. It will be a smooth process. Now you been get for now tell the people and say, una one vote, yes, okay, una make two lines. One line for the Beloma, then for the Comrade, and for the old mammy them, and then the other line now for una way able. So una assist the one that we not able for make them kind of vote, early for vote. That was a simple process. And then the queue, now they move. We were in that police station for almost 20 minutes. We then have one game the most nobody not enter or come out. So the process of voting was so slow. Even if that process they been slightly faster, majority of the people that will be done in a queue for voting for votes. But for the fact that they have nothing in place, they are not prepared, you're gonna one polling station where you supposed to get like a 5 or 6 different station officers there. Now only one guy you get. How can that be possible for action things that we sometimes now 5 or 6 people in for action? It's practically impossible. So some of the experiences they will face during that period there were so different. Will not be they expect say, okay, it will be that bad, and it was really that bad. Really, really that bad. And then the question the way you ask, okay, we bump into a civil, well, another election watch body who will ask, say, who is in charge here? Imagine this, you're supposed to be monitoring or looking at what is happening within the process of an election, and you're chilling outside. Can you imagine that? So basically, if we were not just carrying the cameras along to see what is happening, sometimes people will tell me otherwise. But it was a total disaster from start to finish. And even when we talked to a couple of the national and international observers, that was their concern. Chaos. Chaos that was not prepared for. Chaos that has never been anticipated for. Chaos that nothing was put in place for rectify some of them chaos there because there was no structure in place. Even they themselves were shocked. Like, wow, this particular election at Salon is going to be the template for the upcoming election in the sub-region within Liberia. And you have international observers from Liberia looking at the process of how this election is being conducted. ECSL say the sub-region, they go into different sub-region countries them and ask for assistance. Do you think Liberia will rely on the assistance of ECSL Sierra Leone? Hell no. Definitely not, because they've already seen the flood of everything that has happened 6 years before election. Because I will say 6 years. Because when 2018 election done, when they appoint a new electoral commissioner, ECSL for begin work from that point in time, straight away. But there was nothing in place. Even Mohamed Kone said himself, we were giving $1 million+ for do voter education on PR system, but we didn't. It is the duty of the political parties for educate their voters. Really? This is like a joke coming from the electoral commissioner himself.
The chief electoral commissioner. No,
the chief electoral commissioner. Then end up for say, oh, well, guess what? The money we then give we don't use them for sensitization on media platforms. Who did you give the money to? We didn't even know. And this not possible way, for ask question because you not get answers to the question. So these are some of the issues that we actually faced with. And this not just one of many, one of millions and thousands. So we never even start self or begin highlight some of the concerns. So if we begin look at breaking things down, the reason why I make some of women feel to say the election not for happen, and because the process was not in place. Nothing was in place for the election to happen. You not get voter data, you not get voter registration, you not get voter ID card, polling stations were not organized. There are thousands of polling stations the way the polling papers and documents and go way hours late. So why
and some done before term?
Why do you need to conduct an election where you not get the process them in place? It don't take you 4.5 years because I go say not to income tax the 5-year way the incumbent not take 4.5 years. Now you don't think at the position. You're able to put no structures in place with all the money where they found you. So it is a lot. But over to you back again, Juma. I think say if we look at this in details, and some people need to understand why some of them summary they are so relevant, because you might think, oh, election, no, look for about but no. It is the same mistake they did 2018. After the election 2018, nobody summarized what happened, what goes wrong, what happened. Again, 2018 election, we get 101%.
103%.
132, I don't know if I come up. But did we relax and forget about it? Yes. Why? Because we think, oh yeah, nah, regime change. Okay. Everybody accepted it, regime change. So that mistake we will make 2018 will not make the same mistake again 2023. Because it means this was not supposed to be a regime change. This was SLPP versus the people of Sierra Leone. Again, nothing for do with APC. If APC been work for win this election, safe, something I mean for winner. But even if they not do nothing, safe, this election was not about political parties. It was an election for your survival. It was an election where we talk say you vote now you life. Now that's a interpret itself na salon. And not to just inside the strongholds of political parties, even now then weak holds them, they're still able to exercise the fact say this election is about their survival. It's not about political parties. And the only thing where this election was about was SLPP, well, power SLPP versus the people of Sierra Leone. And that's exactly what happened. Because the people that turn out for votes, it was way beyond expectation. Can you imagine if the young or new or fresh voters then be given the access to vote? How this election may for them be? So this is not just the beginning of the breakdown, but we're going to go into details as the program to continue. But if you get any questions, I see somebody they ask question me, but I don't ask the question, say how this process been, is it democracy that has prevailed for us to go back to Sierra Leone and come back safe? Did we say we went to Sierra Leone safe and came back safe? We can tell you that. But again, we will not highlight some of those concerns because we know one like some of them become worried. Because guess what? You, the fans that are watching us right now, you una been gets more concerned for we safety than even we self within this alone. And that was not something I would take lightly. So if we been highlight on any concerns of some of the things that we may see or go through, sometimes some of them for don't collapse when we direct links of people and we know. I will say for sure, now only one term I get the privilege for pass, not to Tinapo, for pass na cotton tree, or see the image of the new cotton tree. I never had the opportunity to go into town and see what's in Freetown town like. Not to just Santem, not even at night. By the way, you guys saw me wearing glasses for my entire stay in Freetown. It's not an accident. It is not by saying, oh, I want bluff. No. So when I get to understand some of the implications of some of the things that we will go through psychologically. Psychologically. Again, people don't understand the impact of psychological torture or issues that way they go through. It was not an easy task. You know how many times we'll be getting phone calls at 7 o'clock in the evening to say you guys need to go home because the environment is not safe for you guys. You know how many times we have those phone calls? Now, because we know the talk and we let people and begin get worried, especially family members or friends of ours or close relatives or people that we're connected to it. We were under something that you will not be able to explain. Juma will tell you. Juma took a step one night and decided for going to beach on his own. I did not sleep till 6 o'clock in the morning until he arrives. You know what now and they mean? So I beg, please. The only reason why we will not raise any of those concerns because we don't want for beginning raise any alarm for people and become worried. But I will not say to you we were in Sierra Leone safe, we went there safe, and we turned back safe. Definitely, I will not say that. So if I feel to say democracy is in Sierra Leone because we went to Sierra Leone and came back, it was a challenge that we took because we are Sierra Leoneans. If anything is going to happen to us in Sierra Leone, so be it. I can always say people have to make sacrifices. Is the sacrifice what's making it? Is it in the interest of individuals or in the interest of Sierra Leone? So we got to begin consider some of the aspects and some of the things that people need to go through, what in they face, how then they deal with some of the issues and the way then they come across in their lives. It was not an easy task. But make you the drive, you don't even know who's going to stop. You know how many times military officers were pointing gun at the vehicles that we were sitting in? You know how many times that happens in Freetown? You know how many times we were stopped randomly? We will not even even work out with anything connected to media devices because we don't want to be identified. Because again, before we go inside salon, we all hear watching the power by SLPP government say there are international medias coming into Sierra Leone for fabricate stories. You know what in that message they stand for? You know how far that message they go? You know how many drunken officers we met on police post? We will not even know whether they don't take kush or they are influenced by alcohol. You can sense it, you can feel it, you can smell it. It was not a safe environment for some of us, but we dealt with it because we were there to deliver. Even though we did not deliver for the people that we were looking forward to deliver to, but at least we tried the best we can. It took us a whole week to do our first live. Do you know why? Do you guys understand the kind of mental state that we were in? Going live for the first time in an environment that you're not even sure of what is going to happen next to you? I beg, please. It was not an easy task. So let we not can feel say with the boast say, oh, well, when I don't go fit or I don't can, that's not doing anyway. We don't know what we'll go through. We don't know how we will feel. We don't know how we will experience certain things that will be happen right in front of we. So let we think twice when we say certain things there, because it's easy for someone to make a statement. We were in the middle of the bang of beach and people were shouting our name, TYAPC. Did I say I was APC? You know what that means? Intimidation. And we stood for that. Yeah, that was public intimidation. Because guess what? There would have been a crazy fanatic fan standing out there and hearing people screaming my name, T-Boy APC. Am I T-Boy APC? And that was deliberate. From who? People that we know personally are saying things like that publicly, loud, for the entire environment to realize who you are, what you're doing, where you are. And I said to Juma, bro, we have to move away from here because I don't feel safe anymore. And I was intimidated. But guess what? I have to deal with it. I have to put a front which challenges the people that were scheming my name, T-Boy APC. And they backed out of it. Because guess what? I wasn't scared then, because I was ready for anything that was coming. If you're going to fight, fight. If you're not going to fight, so be it. But it was not an easy task for someone to say, oh, well, when I don't go fit on and I don't come, democracy prevailed. They're not Oluna. You went safe and returned safe. It wasn't as easy.
But T-Boy, someone that we host on this platform multiple times made a loud accusation and allegation against me, Usai military people and Usai the who's and the who's of power per day inside a room. All they need to do is just to close that door, and that's the end. And say me hire people for the COSAM. This is not possible with the hosts. We don't host on this platform multiple times. Was bold enough to make that accusation and allegation. Just like what in T-Boy they say, people go out of their way for frame you and set you up because they have their agenda. But this program is not about us. It's not about our experience. We knew exactly the risk involved, and we decided to take it. We did that. But T-Boy just highlights some of that because some people downplays what is happening. So imagine we went there for a time frame and we had a privilege and an opportunity for Comot Day. Imagine the people of Sierra Leone, where don't they deal with this day in, day out, morning, net, Santem, for 5 years. The day I cried almost was a day when one guy tell we say, oh, them politician and then family members get option. Una can get other passport or una get another exit strategy because una able for travel go una get the money. I cannot even go to Guinea because I'm not able for provide transport for go Waterloo. It's problem for done at this country. That message, I felt it in my bone. I felt like a hypocrite because me the candy for a few weeks, then I'm out. But what T-Boy highlighted, the threats were real. T-Boy, Femi, they want kill him at the phone, but we are deliberately leaving him out because we do not want to give him details. Oh, what is happening? Una check in. What did not happen? We they look T-Boy, man, T-Boy, they say, Femi, T-Boy, no mention nothing, no make. Because if we say we did at this place, it will ask you what do they do there. So we deliberately not, we get blackout because we wanted him to be safe. The one the way no, let they assume. But we cannot tell him something for make let begin read too much because Femi has this habit when you get one information, it ask you 10 different questions there because he wants to know the minute details. And we say, you know what? We are here. We know we are safe. He is worried. Let him worry. But let not give him a hint of Usaude. But let not get worried past I worry. Because it's going to be pressure. But like I say, it's not about us. Tembo Kawo will share our experience more in details. But we just highlight this. Say, if we can go through them, then they imagine the people that are living through this every day in Sierra Leone. But then it still gets by. Few things where T-Boy highlights earlier that I wanted to touch on. Now, for say the typical salon person no get problem. The typical salon person no want problem. So we will get this perception and stereotype for say, oh, the youths of Sierra Leone, they lack for fat, they lack trouble, now they cause problem. It's a big lie. And that manifested itself during these elections. The person will go tell me, say, SLPP and APC supporters, they're not they coexist, they're not they cohabit. It's a big lie. This is all something where this power government don't can create. And I'm direct, I'm deliberate. I have no apology. I'm not apologizing for this. The same white stick polling station. That gentleman then refused them for votes, the security. It kind team up now, he was sulking because I don't work at 3 different police stations. I think my internet is I don't know if not to Femi side.
Okay.
Because look, they make like they convulse.
No, you
Juma,
okay,
you
Juma.
okay? Na T-Boy get
I'm
problem.
your internet 9 player, but you're fine.
No, beyond they make like they convulse right now.
Hey, Mr. Don't for that stage, do that change. I if I change all the network there right now, they go on my phone, go on the internet, go on my Wi-Fi.
All right. So I'm gonna go off and come on again. So T-Boy carry on whilst I do that.
Okay. So what's in Juma for highlights earlier on the facts?
I think this is on Femi's side though, because it's still going like that.
I'm not too sure.
Juma, we seem
Femi,
to be
are
okay.
you on? Can you please come on so that we can know exactly what is happening on the side?
Juma, we're okay.
I think Femi is fine. Femi,
Juma,
you're
you're fine as well, Juma. Carry on, T-Boy.
Okay, it's better now. All right.
Femi, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, sorry, apologies, don't come on again. I was freaking out for a minute because I make like that convulse now, so none of the thing they make. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
so that gentleman they at that place, even though they don't deprive him, but he stood there, not make nobody plabber. And again, communication and how we communicate and the temperament, now in the help. One thing we always don't say, when you give Solomon small power, it is misuse them. In this part of the world, Femi and other people and T-Boy go attest. When you're working in a place, they will give policies, procedure, standard operating procedures, but that's not just the case. Then they give you work instructions on how you for implement that you standard operating procedures, the steps that we for take, which you for do, and which you not for do. And they also they train people then for get better at which you they do. They're not they just say, oh, because they don't give you this script, that's it. How you deliver that script, the steps that we they take. And again, that white stick place, we did that. Because we talked to that young man, we asked more questions, we were able to understand waiting at issues that were making able for vote. And God bless whose small knowledge, we ask, we able for challenge the presiding officer at the place. We meet and do not disrespect and go alapan and cause and become a woman. We approach out respect, we talk to them, we explain to them. Instead of tell we say, yes, this man will get right for vote for president. You know, we just vote for member of parliament, mayor, or the councillor. You know, because he do that, the gentleman be able to vote. So work collaboratively together and help that gentleman for vote. Like T-Boy say, we don't know whether he voted for APC or SLPP. Would I assume because he say now how they call the place Rutile, now they register. So would I assume because now Rutile register now SLPP they vote for, so I not for help him, or now APC they vote for, I not for help him. I didn't care about that. I was excited and happy for that young man for make sure he cast his vote. But that was not the best thing for me at that station day. One, the station, the SLPP people and the APC people, they sit down and they keep comping. Then they go bring food, they share with in comping. Because they saw election day and another polling center day as a community event. We all believe in what we believe in. We represent who one for represent, but we are Sierra Leoneans after all. If Mohammed Kone, as the electoral commissioner, been get half mindsets where them people ending at that white stick polling station being get. Say I don't know for the through what they go through so right now. If Mohammed Kone and in 4 other commissioners or 5 other commissioners been get the same mindset and the same thought process, we not for go through what they go through. If the police been get small of the mindsets where the police they will meet now white stick that day, then sit on there, then they keep comping with all sides. no facts, no day, no confusion, no day, then they help each other. If not the same, the Inspector General of Police being get, and the other senior officers them, Salon not forget the problem we'll get so today. So my point is, the people of Sierra Leone, the ordinary Sierra Leoneans, no get problem. Now the people in position of trust, the corridors of power, the one that we feel say, now then are the be all and end all, now then are the problem. That is why we have to choose our leaders wisely. Just don't vote for someone or support someone because if related to you, when they talk the same tribe, when they come on at the same side, or they give you money. That should not be the case. A few other things on election day or prior to election day and on election day, where we see T-Boy talk, say people are wise enough now. When you give them money, then they eat her. Then they sell you t-shirts. You give them the 100,000 leon, they give them one t-shirt, and they go sell the t-shirt 10,000 leons. So then get 110,000 leons for it for that day. We saw it all happening. They account, then they tell, we say, brah, me then give me 5 liter petrol and give me 250,000. And I have 250,000, I know my master money for me keke. So I don't put my master money first. Anything I work now, so today, let's say if I work 1 million, I'm here. After I don't put petrol money, and wait till they go and give them police then I road. Would you fault that person? So if you, the politician, think say you get sense, you don't get sense, they eat your money and go vote. And people were saying, this now we your money, now the money where they then thief, and then take buy t-shirt. The other thing we'll see on election day, part of the determination is people actually vigilantly looking out and arresting people where they work out election materials and other things. These are the people, not the police, because the police are not being careful. And it's outside the police gonna for go cause problem. But the people arrested others where they say you not get no business for carry election material. You have no reason to carry it. Lights no day, na places. People in Tawa say na ya lights they lights no they today on the cons. Then pull them phones. Then put them phone lights on. Say yeah, they point for una till una cons done. But Mohammed Kone and his crew decided not to count those people's votes. They decided not to count those people's votes, but we'll come to the counting just now. So Tiba, I just wanted to highlight that a little bit, and let's see, because those are important things. Because one for let people understand, say the general populace not get problem, but now the people in position of trust, they create unnecessary problem or let trouble for the country. And we had highlighted here multiple times the people that were responsible if Salon go to war or any or the situation deteriorate past how it is. So over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Koto Juma. I would say thank you very much, Honorable Juma.
Lev for call me honorable. Lev. I get for be honorable, but not now.
I mean, I didn't agree place now. I'm wherever I'm going to sit.
Karina.
Yes.
Then get for beat that one, they go clap. The people they wait for it.
Anyway, talking about what you don't highlight, I think say we don't talk a lot about the election itself. On the day of election, what happened and what we see. Again, we got to look at so many different things that will happen during election. One way highlights now the people versus ECSL. That was an amazing one. It's either the people that were set up for this election, then come on be NSF, either, or the people that were plan, then decide to know, I'm not going to plan then kind of thing also or make this kind of election happen as alone. I am not part of this. I am going to prosecute. Because when you watch all the evidences them of the people and we catch the people and way they do where they scarf woods with box then we all get it their own votes pa, or they scarf woods voter sleep then way they don't stuff in our boxes them already we don't even start for voted. It is too good to be true, because how they able for identify them randomly? If not somebody don't can give them some kind of inside information, say, una go attack that bandit, una attack them people there, so una attack, and there were evidences of all NTS will happen. So you they begin wonder how this happened. What to make people able for decide, say, well, no, we're not part of this anymore. Because it's definitely whistleblowers, the way they part of this camp, we realize, say, no, we're not gonna be part of this. Either we set up for me and go hold them, or we prosecute them, or we self go points for the vehicle or van them, we the transport them, voter card there, so, or I mean, voter result there, so maybe them don't stop or getting a boxes then. And when you watch the amount of cancellation of overvoting, of the certain way they claim, say, they may get issue, Ebo Salon, you want to talk, say, all the people holding at the Southeast, they don't get problem. Is that what we are saying? Are we saying in Sierra Leone, all the people holding at the Southeast, they're not fool? Then they make mistake. Then they do things their way wrong. Are we serious? Are we saying every station in the Southeast voted peacefully? Is that what ECSL is saying? Are we saying all the polling stations are waiting at the Southeast, then vote on time, then finish for votes? Come on, let's be realistic. If we not be realistic with ourselves, then we fool ourselves, because it doesn't matter who you support or why you support, who do you support, whether based on your tribal line, based on your political line, or based on your affiliation. You have to be realistic, because it doesn't matter whether APC can have power, whether SLPP didn't have power for another 10, 15, 20 years. It will end one day. There is always going to be an ending point of every beginning. Perhaps you stupid enough not to realize that too. Or perhaps you fool enough not to realize, say, everything that has a beginning will end. So let's begin to think rationally than we just think because of with the benefits today, because of one for benefits tomorrow. If not for benefits, one for benefits. If not for make money, what's have been make money? If not for get rich and die early, what's have been get rich? Some of you not go die early no more. But you got to understand the consequences of your actions from now on. Because the salon where they live right now, the consequences of your action means a lot more than how you think. Because sometimes the way how you think, you're going to be able to rationalize your thinking properly for make you understand. Say, salon is bigger than every single one of us. So the amount of rig in this election is not rig. Somebody will come to me today say, oh, this election was a done deal. They're not work on the election better. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, because if there be actually no work on the election better, now because the country not get money for one off, and I made them just sweep everything off. I'm like, really? So you even proud as somebody where you feel to say you're a stakeholder within the community or make such a statement? Or something you know who they talk to.
Yeah, but Tiboy, quickly, the person in unfortunate statement sometimes for being better if not being rigged the elections. Okay? Because sometimes they go on for make an argument, say, oh, election, not foolproof. You understand? For say get 100% accurate, free and fair. What we had in Sierra Leone, waiting happen at Sierra Leone, ECSL, Mohamed Kone and the ECSL commissioners staged a coup against Sierra Leone and hand over power to President Bio. Mohamed Kone, the chief electoral commissioner, and in commissioners staged a coup against Sierra Leoneans and hand over power to President Bio. People will say, oh, how stupid that can be. It's not, because Mohamed Kone boldly announced results where they not count. They were still in the process of counting election, what you call them, vote, the election for count and tally, and Mohamed Kone don't announce. The laws of Sierra Leone, the electoral laws of Sierra Leone say you cannot announce a result that is not certified. We're not tally and certified. In as much as them bypass processes, because you get for cons now the polling station, the center, the polling station, and then all man get RRF forms and go to the district before you go to region. They bypass that and went to the region, then bypass district and go to the region based on the PR system. So then jump steps. Even then steps where then jump. Mohamed Kone, the anxiety for stage coup against the people of Sierra Leone, went ahead and announced the results where they not count. Now the region they yet. That's what happened in Sierra Leone. And if anybody allow that, for say it's a done deal, or election don't come, you know, this thing are politics, let's leave us one, we need a peaceful salon, we don't need less salon go back to the 11-year-old war again, you know, this kind of thing. Why can't you hold the person who staged coup against Sierra Leone responsible? Why can't you hold him accountable? We had said this before here. Say, the people that were responsible for bringing chaos na salon. Now, Mohamed Kone, the PPRC people, the judiciary of Sierra Leone, put that again, the police, the military, and the vice president of the country, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We mentioned them 7. We don't talk down them multiple times. Not also T-Boy.
Yep, totally correct.
But that's my point. That's my take. It's a coup that Mohamed Kone staged against Sierra Leoneans. Up to the last way they make. All these results were announced. These are not certified figures. President Bio says something will be the campaign. Not also. In last campaign, he said on Sunday, then they announced results. And they become the next president of Sierra Leone. And the result was announced when?
Sunday.
Thank you. So,
what's happened?
And then declare him as president, and then the chief justice swear him in. How you go? They not even announce results.
That's what I must say. The most amazing team, they not announce results. They
don't prepare. Decide for swear in the president.
They don't begin prepare parliament.
They begin prepare parliament early morning. They not announce results till 4 o'clock in the evening. Can you imagine that? That's why I say Mohamed Kone and in commissioners staged a coup against Sierra Leoneans and hand over power to President Bio. Continue, T-Boy.
Well, you just now state them because that is the fact. And the fact is not just voting me a you sabi. Now voting the national and international observers, them also sabi. One of the national observers, one of the election watch observers and women within Sierra Leone at that particular point in time had a discussion, and he says to me, "Hey boy, this is rubbish." And can you imagine? One of the national observers then came out to me boldly and said, "T-Boy, this is rubbish." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said, "No, T-Boy, you're not good for understand." I say, because you got to explain certain things to me for make able to understand. But again, you look at this environment of transparency where everybody don't highlight national, international, civil society, and even the political parties representation right across board don't highlight the issue of transparency, the issue of credibility, the issue of honesty, because sometimes you can be honest, but you might not be transparent because of certain things that we don't take the shame for talk or do. But we'll look at this whole process put together in a nutshell. There is nothing like transparency, nothing like clear-cut election where they allow the people and vote for count, and then nothing not happen by this election where they put and assess for be credible. Even the mathematics not right. Even the statistical data put together not correct. Even the additional thing that we them put together, when they add figures. Can you imagine two various different constituencies in Sierra Leone get the same amount of votes? Not possible.
You get for highlights and for people let them understand. You just can't throw it like that, Steve.
Say, for example, Post-Loco.
Down. Can you speak to your mic, please?
For example, Post-Loco gets, do you mind if I say me camera not get problem, so I struggle small.
Yeah, so Mike, people would like to hear what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
So, say for example, you get constituency. Okay,
Bont and Pujeon get the same amount of votes.
Okay, let's say Bont gets 5.
Use exactly what happened. It's Bont and Pujeon.
Let's go back to the why should you talk? Let's go back to the actual figures.
Right. So
I'll go to the actual figures for make
as T-Boy they say, it's never, the coincidence too great. Then place here get not the same population. Okay, exact figures, exact to the last number, the last digit. Bont and Pujeon gets the same amount of votes. How is that possible in a free, fair, and credible elections? And interestingly, Bont not then forced down for votes. It could be one of few things. One, either the people all come out and go vote early. But how is that possible in a remote area where some of them place they don't get for go vote, now boats then get for put people there and carry them go? That is one. Two, it can possible say people not be registered better. Now that make them votes done quick. So many things, but you have to question that. How is that possible? Side away, other places, majority of the country, the voting materials, they not reach the at least the earliest 10 o'clock. Some now 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 9 voting materials they reach. But Bont gets for votes early, then done for vote by 12 o'clock, then done votes done.
Can you imagine that, eh?
By 12 o'clock, side and Bont, then done votes done. Then not get people there again where they waiting. How is that possible? Then Bont and Pujeon able to get the same results.
And the results are different to Juma.
While T-Boy defending results. So some people they take this like I say, oh, it's just an election, but you don't vote done. Now because I don't like President Bio or I don't like SLPP. Now one thing I don't mention President Bio right to this step. Because he wasn't the one responsible to conduct elections. So I always say this about enablers. Even if President Bio wants for crook salon, if you not get the people away, they enable them, you know they do them. So if salon go down the drain today, Mohammed Kone and ECSL staff has to be held squarely responsible if anything happened to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leoneans need for know that. He started, how he start, now so he end. Even where people away, now the international community, up to the last moment, then they tell them, do not announce results where they not tally it.
I don't see her.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Tiba, announce it, tell them.
All right. The results were at its guy for highlights earlier on. The fact say Bont and Pujeon get 72,000. Bont for 72,000. 7,000.
72,693
votes. 9 Bont gets. Equally so, Pujeon back gets 72,693 votes. Who side now the world the way they get equal result now 2 different areas as the same. And guess what? Like Juma say, Bont done for votes by 12 o'clock. Can you imagine 72,000 people started to vote at 7 in the morning.
It passed more than it passed that. No.
Oh, look, we say because at this time.
SLPP votes down 72,000 also.
Well, no, at the Senate, all man are bonds now for SLPP then vote for. Look, we agree.
Okay.
Look, we agree. 72,000 people vote now bonds. Then done for votes before 12 or 12 o'clock. Voting start at 7. So it took them 3 hours, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 hours for make the able for votes done. 72,000 people. Now let's find out about the population of bonds. Look, we're going to geography. Juma, I beg, please.
When I forget your own census results, they go to the midterm census results.
Go to the geographical statistical data of voting bonds day.
Right, check out the population.
What are the percentage of bond as a nation or one of the towns in the south? Because this is very interesting. Because if bonds alone get 72,000 people, and equally so,
we vote for
votes, and equally so, Pujomba gets 72,000 votes for the same political party. That means now the same amount of people them they really vote for SLPP and then 2 region in there. Okay. If you look at the population of bonds,
so whilst T-Boy they do in search, when you look at all these things, yeah, Femi, you want to come in? I see Femi. Let's wait for Femi. You think said to get for Sipan is because sad for Sierra Leone. It's sad. People would say, oh, why they put all the blame on Kone? Because he was the chief electoral commissioner. And he actually can't announce results, not other person, you know. So we hold him squarely responsible. Over to you. Yeah.
The results why they give you of the statistics is from 2015. So
well, that is not obsolete, but I make say if you find what you get for use for measure,
I don't see one for 2023.
Why should you find a lot there? Femi, over to you.
Jema, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
All right. So, you've been a talk or Tiwa been a talk, but then two area then we get the exact same votes. Realistically, how possible is that?
Well, that's the question we're asking.
Is that possible?
It's not
to the exact votes.
No.
Okay. So it's the last few days. I say it's been hard. Yes, so una been go through a lot, but even within us, so the threats them in the retreat. People in threatening we, but we through the talk, we through the post, this and that. Somebody actually tell me, say, enough is enough, let's move on. Now I say I go move on. Then it's okay when I go court. And I'm thinking to myself, really and truly, half of the problem now salon now with judiciary system. Because even if we go court na both case. You understand? The police were supposed to protect with people them. Now they go and shoot with people them. Now they beat with people in that street. Really and truly, who say you they go call, who that you go call where they go help you. Now the lawmakers them. Now then they know what allow the genuine one they will win, then sit them. They not allow them into parliament because they don't go thief the election. It's a sad situation, So judiciary or police and now the one way they make law, nobody can say anything. The journalists in Africa, una salon. I mean, honestly, very few of them supposed for be recognized. Majority of them should be kicked out of the profession because it's a disgrace on the reporting of what's happened in the last few days. That's all.
Right. Thank you, Femi. Just to Tibo and point out which we discuss, I see Ja goes, they say the same thing. I say 100% vote from Bonth and Pujel. That's impossible. People will not die or move around safe. And we mentioned clearly Naya, somebody will register outside, Rutile, but because of his job, they move on a free tongue, right? So there are so many other people like that where we move out of Bonth or Pujel either for work or something else, because from the election, the time they register to now, a lot of things had happened. We will make people move one place or the other.
Move. People and they die. People and they
No,
born.
yeah, no, people are not dying. They're not dying.
All right.
Yeah, they're not dying.
The projected figure for 2023 is 145,719
people.
Yep. And male projected figure for the male population are 72,782, and female are 72,936.
And almost votes.
72,000.
So you see the consistency. They just pull them on the 700 and put 6.
You know, honestly.
Oh my God!
Honestly,
these are just simple research. I don't say that's good when I research now. What's in Google?
this is, you know, we did laugh no more, but it's a disgrace, to be very honest.
I mean, this is not very serious.
How me you Sierra Leone and Sengo able show we face not treat.
And
I say how we Sierra Leone and Sengo able show we face not treat within country as blatant theft.
I would say the kind coverage where we elections get, Nigeria election not get them.
No.
The kind attention and coverage where Sierra Leone election gets, Nigeria not get them. Nigeria win at the superpower in Africa. Because again, like I said, we attend all the observer missions, them, the press conference, them. And they were all unanimous. And they all in press conferences differently. They frame their report in different terms. They were all unanimous for say the election was not free, fair, and credible. They also say the voter turnout was high, unprecedented for a country the size of Sierra Leone, and all waiting people they go do. Then commend the people of Sierra Leone that people came out. They wanted to participate in the political process. They wanted to vote and exercise their right. But connective the people are right and announce a result where somebody clearly capture and say, Mohamed Kone in back pockets, he pulled the results where announced. Salone are the only place where up until today, apart from the fake one they didn't go and pull, where they not recognize President Bio in government. They not congratulate him. One, none of members of the international community nor sit outside corner they announce results because they did not want to be party to that. The number of military people will be there around corner where they announce the results. We don't want they sitting like that. They never congratulated, they never attended it. They not witnessed the swearing of oath of President Bio. They not congratulate him. There were instances where they call President Bio what? Mr. Bio. They not even refer to him as president. They not they refer to him as president. Up until this moment, his government not able to forget the legitimacy where it's supposed to forget. Now it's still the fed so. By who's making? By Mohamed Kone and ECSL. If President Bio been patient enough, then possibly just let the process go on. Sometimes, if I've been just be a lucky winner, if he believes say it don't work, because he promised the people of Sierra Leone say, I don't do from A to Z, I don't even give una bunya. Let's go back to the results. contrast President Bio in results to Mohamed Gento in result na Western area. And I hear you, T-Boy.
Honestly speaking, Juma, I don't follow up the mayoral election results because I did not have any interest in even listening to the result when they called for Lake Mohamed to be the next mayor in Salon, Afriton. So to be honest, I did not follow that up at all. But I know say no Mohamed too popular past Madam Bio inside Freetown.
Well, so exactly. So how is that possible?
And that's not my I hear all that day. But I think you get the result now for big now for
well again. You look at that, it was laughable for Lem Mohamed to get 47% of the votes for Freetown.
And Mohamed is not go more. So
yeah, he said he get 200 and something thousand votes. President Bio, according to NEC, get 112,000. President Bio's votes now Western area not past 60,000. Now Freetown, he not get past 60,000 votes. Law be generous at 10,000 day. The 60,000 plus lawmaker 70,000. But they gave him 112,000 votes in Freetown. But still, Gento popular passer.
Can you imagine Gento the big na Freetown.
Yes.
And the Kaiba then Kaiba.
So can you imagine that? The one way beats me, but maybe sometimes there's a bit statistics and how then they apportion seats, then we're able for tell we. SLPP get 4 seats now put local because they get 27,000 votes. APC gets 20,000 votes now, but they not get no seats now. How do you explain that? Maybe the under is a election will tell.
They always ask now, what's in the threshold in this proportional representation for make you able to get a seat? Again, unable to get answers to that. Some people then they say 10% of the vote, some people then they say 12% of the vote, some people are not saying anything. So until we know what's in the threshold for the votes then way you forget for make you entitled to a seat, then we'll be able to understand the logic behind why SLPP gets 4 seats in Port Local with few thousands of votes difference, whilst APC not able to get no seat in both.
And that is why they were asking for all those disaggregated figures and all that thing and they where they not agree produce. Because we don't be able to calculate for no things them, how it happen, for let you able for apportion them kind seats then they.
So I don't know what happened, but I don't know what the threshold for making you able to gain seats now various different political parties. Because if you look at the representation right across board, there is no way it will be possible for Lake APC to get at least a seat. Because this is not about voting for individuals, it's voting for the political parties. Are you saying to me there are no APC representation at the entire southeast of Sierra Leone? It's not possible.
But that is not possible because then chase the people in Abuja.
Even at that. Even at that.
At the camp, including no, for answer a question. If you say you not get supporters then they, how comes then go burn people there also and target? They targeted APC supporters in Bo. They targeted them, burnt their houses, brutalized them, almost killed them, then run away. Some people still in a bush. Just there you tell them. You understand? You go Pujel, the pulling agents, they're waiting the train. Una go and disrupt everything. Then the police get the guts. Police then say they role now for protect lives and property. But you tell a group of people say you're not able to provide security for them, so let them accommodate. So that they already don't show say Sierra Leone is not safe. For let policeman tell you, say, I will not be able to assure your security. I cannot protect you. So move out of this place. Because if you stay here, you're staying at your own risk. It shows it's a clear manifestation for, say, Sierra Leone is not a safe place. By all standards. Nowhere at the wall. where security go tell you say are not able for provide security for you. So run go. Run over.
The security forces. So
Huh?
and that's not the mandate of the security forces.
Exactly. But this same security now then go turn gun and shoot at other people because they feel say them pose threats. But in other areas, then they say una will able for provide security for una. Only in Sierra Leone. Now, only in Sierra Leone, you see the deputy head of OSD get power past the head of OSD. The day when them go shoot the APC office, the head they can tell and say, stand down, na Kwailo pull Dr. Samuel Kama and the people out. The deputy, they tell the head, say, no, una no can near ya. Una they listen to you. Would they kill the Insai also? The deputy, they tell the head. So can you, if the head where you supposed to protect you, the deputy able for listen to them, would they give them orders? And the head can't there because the inspector general call and say, go yonder, go facilitate, let them people and they come out. But go and meet the deputy, they would big dagger. You like they threaten people and they say when I shoot the inside it. So who do you listen to? Who would you want to protect you when they say go police? And like Femi asked, when they say go na the judiciary, go na court, who do you they go to? Where the Chief Justice, they on standby for swear in somebody even before they announce the result. Are you going to that same judiciary and that Chief Justice when they're ahead of the Supreme Court? The same judiciary where you been go to where you put case them before election for say, while on interpret this, we want for law on summon ECSL and tell them for pull the voter register. But they not call the case, they're not apportional. Say election done. They tell people for going to that judiciary. So you've won an elections according to you. You are in governance now. So what next? What next for you? The word give peace a chance. We all now want Sierra Leone, and it only exists after they announce you as the winner. So that did not exist before. We are not one people. We're not to be Sierra Leoneans. We not be need peace at the time. We only need them after they don't announce you as president. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, give peace a chance to prevail. It can only prevail when it is necessary. But how do they call for peace anyway when nobody need to fight you?
That's the question.
Because nobody's fighting you. Nobody's chasing you. Nobody's screaming your name negatively. Nobody's saying anything about you. They need to curse you. They need to do nothing to you. But how do they call for peace? Again, we also get with so-called peace commission, and we also get with so-called, what do you want to say?
Now I ask you, where has the peace commission been since they announced
results? Right now.
Who said them there? From when they announced results, you hear again?
Oh yeah, peace commission doesn't exist anymore. They may exist over the past couple of years, but not anymore. Again, we get with religious leaders there, we get with peace commission.
Where were they before? The religious leaders, where they brutalize people?
Of course, they never say nothing, but all of a sudden they're ready for can make peace now. So basically, my question is, what in the peace where they want can make with Uda?
Exactly.
Uda they create problem where the stability of Sierra Leone they at risk. Who? Peace for what? Are we
at whom and for who?
Paper war when it's for make peace? Peace commission not exist anymore? Or their own peace when they make a different thing? So this now the question we me they ask. What it make you the call for peace where we not a war? What it make you the call for peace when nobody need to fetch you? If anybody for call for peace, other for call for peace. It's the other way around. So as far as me concerned, we not get one as alone. As far as me concerned, Salon not into any form of anarchy. As far as me concerned, win or win, take am make you go. What thing are the peace now for comfort for? So if me don't win an election, okay, I don't win competition. Now, like when they fetch, then put yes down, they say unaka it. Then you get this man way big, yeah, pass all man. You want for gang put the rest for the call man losses. But before you can put this rest, all man losses, the yes go scatter, nobody no go eat into so. They all man grab. Say, well, buddy man, you eat now. It's now, you angry, eat. And then you vex now, say, no, you need to eat you one. All man forgot it with you. No, it's no more. Now you angry. Some of you don't bell full. Some of you don't eat again. Because this rest we can't fetch for. So if one can see don't eat, it do. So we gotta make you satisfy you angry. So until when you don't satisfy, who say you tired, who can help you if you need for help? Why that's for beginning to go? I don't understand. Because as far as me concerned, I will not go into any peace deal if I haven't offended anyone. So the whole idea behind peace, look, we come together, we now one people, we're not for the faith we say, but nobody's fighting you.
Well, people just say, now you want government, they announce you before they count results.
Exactly.
They announce, say, you don't get 85 seats in parliament, that you government so popular and vote back for all you MPs, them your portion seats. You need what? Then you get 16 paramount chiefs, they will no say, they always don't say, because you paramount chief where they threaten people and say, if APC get one vote now, then go meet me after elections. So all the paramount chiefs them get for support you. So you don't get 101 seats. They decide for give the other people and 35. Then say, okay, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. Can you keep it all? Why you for vex? Why you for vex? So if you know you get 146 seats, then you don't take 101. Then me decide for add for you 35. I say, okay, add now, let it just full up count. They say, no, by force, I for take me 35 back. They say, because I not take me 35, I know one piece. How does that work?
Yeah, because I know one for faith in the first place, let me say take them. They say that two bangles, they make noise, not so?
Exactly.
And we don't want the noise. So that's why the APC, they say, it's about to take it all. Una, they say the winner takes it all.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Exactly. So the question now.
Inclusive, it not be a problem. Again, if we want for going to the situation where now one set of members of parliament will get as the country, so be it. But again, it's just how the PR system can work in the favor of both political parties at some point, and it be a disadvantage for one specifically SLPP. For get rid of all other political parties in our parliament was a good deal for them. Very good deal for them, because guess what? They want to be the majority, they want to have the 2/3, and that's it. That's it. But failing to realize in a democracy, it means every political party capable for winning a seat should be represented. But none was represented apart from APC and SLPP.
Right.
So democracy can only prevail when you have an opposition in a parliament setting, right? Otherwise, it's not democracy. So if you have won the election peacefully, genuinely, all forms of transparency, then fine, no problem. Agreed. Okay, let us now say APC have agreed, they not agree, say you don't win this election. But we have for now verify how you win this election. Even though they don't declare as president, okay, we agree. But now, what's not been happen 2018, now with the exercise, we want for C. If we not see, we will not participate in your parliament because it is not a legitimate parliament and it is not a transparent parliament. If ECSL cannot provide the documents, we will verify, say, SLPP won the election genuinely. Why are for she done at that parliament day genuinely? We are no for sure, say, the amount of representation we are forgetting at parliament, not to him get. We are no for sure, say, the president will for represent the country that our parliament day, not to him we get. Why are for participate in that parliament. Now, like a way you born you Pekin, then the mama can tell you, say, hey, now you Pekin, why you go do DNA for? So if you not do DNA, you not sure say na you Pekin, and you not want to do DNA, the wife say no, you not for do DNA, you dey support that Pekin day. Well, like you go support her. Right. You go tell the mama, say, over me dead body, me Pekin not go that Pekin they eat me money until I prove say na me born.
Right.
People like,
we go back.
So the DNA of the election now over.
Yeah, people that say, do DNA now for verify. Say 99.9% now you win the elections.
No, 99.9% now you born the Pekin.
Now you born the Pekin.
And the Pekin are the seats of parliament when you are the president. Not so?
Yeah, yeah.
Say, now you born this Pekin. Because if Huawei give you the belly, deny the Pekin, then the Huawei go answer the belly, say, I get the Pekin. No go do DNA. Right. Because the first one get now, Mohamed Kone say, now President Bio win the election. Okay, we agree. But now what do they say? Who that give President Bio Belewe he win the election? Now who want know? And if you not count that,
Mohamed Kone na the mama.
Hey,
Mohamed Kone na the mama.
Hey, Godfather, you see some thinking they would take them to us like a laughing stock, but we don't know where we're heading to right now. Sierra Leone is in shambles. We don't know who side we go. We don't know who side we day. We don't know what we get for do within the next couple of months. What if is the big question. Nobody knows what's in the what if.
So T-Boy, I take taxi. You know, so we, apart from doing our work, we been get the privilege, let's take I say privilege for jumping a keke, Okada, you know, taxi at some point.
But that time you not go for taxi, no lie.
I go for taxi after I don't left.
Oh, so now when me not gonna win, I go for taxi.
Well, I had no choice. I needed to travel, and the only means of transportation at the time na taxi.
Eastern.
So, Waterloo, I come Waterloo.
So the taxi now from Upgun to Waterloo. The bike now from Upgun to Godrich, Malama, and Majiton.
All the other side.
Yeah. So not divide Peter right now.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
So this taxi guy, I take me and one more person, a family member. So they come. But you know, say the taxi now 4 people they sit on. So don't travel from Waterloo, they come. The guy to get blow for see if people will come inside. So I ask him out of curiosity, I say, how come she able to forget other passenger? I say, my brother, say people need to travel now. Now so it's up. We say, for more election done, all man they free, then they sit down at the house. They say because they don't know what's in the happen next. They say all man sit down anxiously because they don't know what's in the happen next. They say, you know, say businessman themselves, no, they put their money on business again. All my only money keep them. So this is not taxi driver. It not be occurred to me how the elections connect and the impact in business. So you don't see taxi driver from where election done, where Mohamed Kone make coup against the people of Sierra Leone and give the results we want for give. That taxi driver not able for pull master money. And that has been the case for so many other people then. When are business people, where they fight for their livelihood, where they not get nobody in our government, they not get forever eat government nothing until possibly after 5 years or next 5 years for election term. They're not able to survive. And how many of them cases then they will witness with keke riders and all that thing, and the way they tell their own story. So Sierra Leone right now, that's where that's what Sierra Leone day. The country all man tense. Now people all man don't turn mumu because no one never mind talk. But then they go about their business, then they waka. People they say, I go peep now talk.
Oh, man turn mumu for you bad.
He bad.
You might don't freeze. Anyway, when man turn mumu for you, he bad because you know exactly who side you go and who side you come out from. So we get for begin look at the thing also very seriously.
I mean, for what you?
We don't go off, but I think we don't come back on. I think, yeah.
All right.
Yes, we don't come back on. The devil is at play, but not for us. You're not gonna Okay, Juma, back to you.
Yeah, so that's not just the impact. When you look at the repercussions now, or the impact of waiting don't happen when we Kone making coup, because I'm not going to say he announced the result. He made a coup against the people of Sierra Leone and installed President Bill as the president of Sierra Leone. I'm not going to fault President Bill on this one. Now, a politician, we want to retain power, and he was enabled by people like Mohamed Kone, the judiciary, the police, the military, and so many other organs them paid by taxpayers. But look at the impact now. All man sidon. So you don't be president. Rice price don't go down.
No.
Cement price don't go down.
No.
Dollar price don't go down.
It be the talek push.
All right, they fluctuate. We go down till they jack out back. Catch up inside the map. Yes. So you where they say, oh, go police, do this, that. How your life don't change from where Kone make a coup and announce a result. It don't better. Then now the problem we don't get na salon, but we'll come to that later. But I just want to introduce her. JJ Safawe promised we say in 3 months, then they turn the country around and fix the economy. Then don't sack up. So how we hold? So how we hold accountable now?
You're weak, Femi. Femi don't weak.
Hey, Femi. JJ Safa.
Femi Padi Juba. Take that talk about that.
And JJ Safa, and I'm bro as well. He's my bro. You know, JJ Safa.
Bro, I don't know him. Femi.
Okay. Femi, I'm a brother. You know, JJ Safa, we promise the people of Sierra Leone, say they get the formula, they get everything. Inside 3 months. In 3 months, then they turn the economy around and they fix all things. All man go gladly back and all things they move on. Now they don't sack them.
So saying never go fix the economy now.
Well, nice. So that means so don't get nobody for all responsible. So now scam business, you just scam we another day again. Femi, over to you. What's your laugh?
I've been just want to see we don't begin counts for the 3 months.
Yeah.
And 1 month on done, but it's 3 months.
1 month on done.
Yeah.
But we left now.
Now 1 month ended us. We only get 1 more week for like 1 month done, but it's 3 months.
1 month done. Okay. Now they begin cuts.
They begin cuts from the day when they announced him as president, no?
Yes, from that day.
Was it the 27th or so?
Anyway,
26, the 26th or 27th.
Oh yeah. Anyway, this reshuffle.
Reshuffle on a new government.
It makes some man there. Okay, new government. It makes some man there when I win at the country.
Oh, by the way, whose position can they get?
I go left that for Juma for answer.
We go deal with that situation on another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic. So let's go back to topic. We initial question, the 2023 elections outcome. Is Sierra Leone still a multi-party democracy or one-party state? Now election done. So we saw few things that will happen when no blunt happen. We have happened in the reverse. Usually, presidents result in the last announced. Not so. In previous elections, members of parliament then can announce them quick. Councillors, you didn't know. But look, so they announce president, they take 1.5 weeks before they announce members of parliament. They take another 2 weeks before they announce the council of them. So all things happen in reverse order. Up until today, where Connect is still cooking books, just like how you say, is still able to give people figures. We're accurate. How? Station by station. Who that gets waiting outside? It just bungle everything. It's aware. And we mentioned this earlier. We looked at this guy's resume and asked questions. people didn't take it seriously. They thought we were attacking personality. And I get few friends we align with SLPP power. Sometimes they ask, oh, Juma, when I discuss issues, when I don't they deviate now, when I they discuss personalities and all of that. I had an APC person who tell me, say, hey, when I discuss the politics, when I discuss and so, when I discuss and that. I say, there is no way you can discuss Salon political issues without discussing the personalities that we involve. Because then they run the process. And if they are wrong and are rogues, now rogue outcome we will get. People distrusted Corner from day one. No one listened. So he was placed there or appointed to that position to perform a specific task or rig the elections. He went a step further and staged a coup against Sierra Leone. Now, here where we are. Look at it, T-Boy. Are we a multi-party democracy or one-party state? Femina for radio.
To me, we don't see the first opening of parliament today. And I realize the differences in the way parliament setting always starts. But the non-participation of APC is a shock, because I don't think anybody believed that was going to happen today. I think every Sierra Leonean, we don't follow politics in Sierra Leone, not ever see anything like this. This is the very first time Sierra Leoneans in the practice the opening of parliament in a democracy when only one political party they represent. And also, in a democracy in Sierra Leone, it's also the first time we only have two political parties representing in parliament. Over the past
public, yeah.
Over the past couple of years, we get about 4 or 5, at least 4 minimum, different political parties with representation. But this time around is the first time in the history where not even an independent candidate gets any amount of opportunity for gaining seats in the whole political process. So you question democracy. And the reason why you question democracy now, because the fabrics of democracy means inclusion of all political parties that will participate freely to form the parliament. And if we get a parliament where primarily dominated by one political party, is an indirect one-party state, regardless anyway, because it means the challenges we get for calm or make the other political party feel say there is opposition is meaningless. So I will not say this parliament where we get or the politics where we practice na Salona democracy. No, it isn't. Because the modules of operations that really guarantee democracy has never been put into practice. So until you go say 2018 to now, it was about the fact say many people were tired and exhausted maybe at some point, so they accepted every crap rubbish way happened in the first place. But this time around, I think many people are now clued up to say, okay, now let's do it the proper way, low practice democracy, make everybody feel the worth of voting we call democracy in a salon. And this is for the first time we've actually put democracy to test, and we have failed as a nation. We not just failed as a nation, but we failed woefully with no sense of respect, pride, or anything where you could be proud of. For say you are a Sierra Leonean and we practice democracy in Sierra Leone. That has gone down the drain. Even if we get APC for participating in this government, it is still not going to be a democratic state, because everything else we SLPP go on for put on the table is going to be accepted, is going to be voted for. The one way they not get majority in the parliament they were brutalizing certain building.
Why do they get majority in a parliament?
Well, I go say they're not get majority because they again they
APC get majority, then still brutalize them.
Well, at the time of say the one way SLPP not get majority in a parliament, they were forcing their way through into every bill being passed in parliament was not the full-blown approval of the opposition. So I don't think democracy is in place in Sierra Leone right now, except otherwise. I don't know what's not interpretation of other people, and we sometimes study government or we do law. We go before interpret the constitution of Sierra Leone and what it stands for. But like I say, not everybody is a lawyer in Sierra Leone, but they've made politics very easy to be assessed or to be reviewed or to be analyzed by the people, and we actually form the democracy. We're not the people. So if the people away from where they actually make sure say democracy is democracy, not approved of the democracy where you practice not alone, who are you politicians for sanction democracy? When are the people and actually get democracy? So to me, if the people of Sierra Leone cannot accept the democracy where they practice not alone, then we don't have one. And when I say the people, now when the majority of Sierra Leoneans then stand up for say, this is not the democracy we voted for, and we want answers. Otherwise, democracy is not being practiced, and it will not be practiced except Mohamed Kono do the rightful thing, or somebody else take up the stand and do the rightful thing, or make we exercise the right of the people and we represent them to the fullest. So apart from that, sorry, we need to practice democracy in Sierra Leone right now.
Let me hear your take on this.
Well, Juma, some many say in the father of democracy also.
Correct.
And the people of Sierra Leone actually allow him for use that title for a long time, not so.
Correct.
But always them say 80 million.
Correct.
This trip, I don't think they get for bill.
So it will be now.
It's an undemocratic state now with it.
So he's the wrecker of democracy.
Well, under in watch, democracy was stolen. Under in watch, the father of democracy, self-proclaimed, allowed democracy to be stolen under his watch. So I think, history will be written. If not now, definitely in a few days, because I'm not going to even say a few years to come.
Well, let's watch out for the day democracy died from CIJ Media. Will come soon. It's sad, really, really sad. And people will not look at this. Some people will look at it and say, oh, that and just hate with and progress. It's easy to say, oh, let's move on. It's not about a political party or politicians. It's about the nation of Sierra Leone. Tiboy don't highlight. Even when Aditewo began practice democracy again, 1996, we had multi-party democracy. We get past 5. We had a colorful parliament in 1996. We had a colorful parliament in 2007. We had a colorful parliament in 2012 and a colorful parliament in 2018. Only in 2023, we have a one-sided parliament and 16 paramount chiefs. They will then go totes, then to land and say, if you no go pay loyalty to the president, we go take you symbol, you staff na Iran. So 16 paramount chief, 85 SLPP MPs, that's give them 101 people. So already they don't apportion, Kone don't apportion, there with the 2/3 majority we then need for vote for anything. So even if APC been there, let's say APC agree, they still of swell the bitter appeal and go there. They will just be watchdogs in parliament. They will be conducting business among themselves. Amongst themselves, they will conduct business. They will do anything they want. So APC will just be there as doormats, consider, watch, clap, clap, clap. That's about it. That's about it. So we write for, say, with multi-party democracy, what we fought for, where even President Bio at the time, Binselo gets peace before election for. We don't have today. And like Femi said, under his watch, he participated, he aided, he abetted, he led the destruction of democracy. We will lead Sierra Leone to so many other problems in the future, maybe not too long, if we are not careful. The only person we're able to reverse the coup we make is Mohamed Kone. How is he going to do it? Now, and people they know. Maybe in village people they will talk to her. Because the man been boast say, he can even announce the results now. He will go now in village, he go announce the results there. The audacity of that guy for talk crap, and he's a coward. Coward, he's a coward. Trust me, not to joke, I tell you so, Femi. Where it is Sidom, in voice they crack. Yes, Femi.
I want just I'm not gonna say he's a coward, but something you know and pass me. Wait, I want to say, what if he was under a bit of pressure?
He was under no pressure.
I'm just saying, I'm being devil's advocate here.
That will not work.
What if he was being threatened?
He wasn't threatened.
Yeah, but we'll for look at Orlando.
Another look at her. You know why? He had an opportunity. He had the protection of the international community. If he wanted to do the right thing, they would have given him maximum security and protect him.
I not disagree.
Yeah.
I am just saying, let's look at all facts. I mean, at the end of the day, anyhow, if Na'i push this thing forward, or if somebody will push him from the back, doesn't matter. The wrong was done. The point I discover for make is, are we sure say somebody not hold something against them?
That's not our problem.
Or in people them we make a behave, I behave.
It is not our problem. I will not make excuse for him. You know why, Femi? Because from 2020, now this guy participates in this plan where machinate so and a group of people. Because for let you get guts for announced Pujeon and bonds, you give them the same number of seats, means you calculate exactly what you do. All people were asking for, follow the process within the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Act say, within the laws of Sierra Leone prescribe how for conducting elections. Just follow the process. Where people then go vote, let's say you make mistake on the ID card and everything, let's give the benefit of the doubt, okay? Where for pull register, you say no, you need pull register because the law not tell you for pull am. That means saying a choice you can make. You give excuse. People go vote. Election not start quick, some man not vote. Where they can't count, the law states clearly say, where they count for transparency's sake, let them put big screen like a television wall man they watch game. Now they tally the results, let all man they see. APC get 5, SLPP get 20. Then they back you not greed why you say no. They not say give it, let we go put the figures. Oh. Now when they put the figures them, all we want for do, let we see the figures they want they put. We get we RRF forms and compare. Say you say na Kuntolo na 5 votes we get it. I look okay, yeah, na Kuntolo na 5 votes we get. That you refuse for do. Then don't forget about that. Then say okay, you get for wait. The law say, not to then say the law. Now I tell you say, before you announce results, you go sit down and you announce. That result get for be certified because you take oath. that the result where they announce is the actual result and the figures according to law. You then don't certify them. Yanda say you all don't sign. Say this result, because the reason make you they do that, now paperwork, things can change. From point A to point B, somebody can decide for change something. So when we don't certify them, it becomes the true copy. Nobody no exchange them on the way. The true copy, Femi, you get copy, Tibo get copy, I get copy, then we give to the Chief Electoral Commissioner. So if Ingo announce something, we're not trending our paper, we're able for contestant. But you decide you announce, we will not even count done it. So, Wellington, they not be even begin count it. They be the perfect force for projects. C'est là au project, le all man see. Connaît pas announce. Bo, I say Bo, Potloko, when at the Italy Center for the Northwest region. The neck official where they where they ask and say, where the certify, they say, no, don't count it. But they say, neck they announce, corner they announce. The man they ask, imagine this are the ECSL staff. He wait till they announce. They ask and say, now you send, he say, no, not send it to the pan count first. So waiting corner be they announce. So I will not make excuses for him, whether he was under duress, he was coerced, he was this or that. He took an oath na where they appoint an parliament to go to president, to go take oath. And the man boasts, so we say, independent. You know, they work for nobody. These were his words. So Connor staged a coup against Sierra Leone. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
So
maybe Tibo had a different perspective after you.
Okay. Well, you can't throw another bone.
Yeah.
For me, I can't fit over. Quickly. You say earlier on Juma, say you've been talk to some people and you feel kind of bad because you get for tooth you bundle in travel and then get for bear the pain for the next almost days, weeks, months and years. As a diaspora, we did do so much good for we country. But sometimes we not good for salon. Sometimes some of we not good for salon. Because Kone, I believe, say get residency elsewhere. So we it all misbehave na salon. All you need for do are for jump na plane and left the country. And honestly, that's most probably what will happen. And then they shame and disgrace to some of we within the diaspora, we actually mean good for we country. Because then we take that brush, they paint we all. So we camp and come. Look there, they don't jump on a plane, they don't go. They don't left we with you Allah. And at that corner they do right now. It don't go cause serious damage under, and possibly he will up and leave all the crap where it all left behind for ordinary Sierra Leoneans and for deal with. So I'm usually arguing for we within a diaspora because of we contribution. But also it's good for talk some of we not good for we country. And I believe say we they see in some of the way they go na salon and go get position, the position of trust, then go misuse them position they do. But not saying no more. We get judge them. We think say, waiting they do so, then go escape by just jumping on the plane because they get British or American citizenship. It's a sad situation also we country day. But unfortunately, the one way they salon we suppose for see. No, they don't see. They don't know. Then they see some of where they talk now, so where they talk the truth, because at the moment we're not happy with what's happening, because something government official not able to put almost loan in our pockets and they're able to buy we, so we're independent. somebody said to me, "Oh, no independence, not bias. Oh, well, no do behave like a." I'm not gonna name some other organization they are free to on a salon. They say, "Well, I'm not gonna behave like them." They're not biased. Then they give a balanced argument. Balanced arguments, really. Majority of we journalists in our salon and we media houses have been bought by the SLPP government, or should I say the power government. So the only one who they talk against them, now some of we they never buy.
Right. And the question we ask now, I wish possibly I'd like for your T-boy, take on this. But the question, a valid question, and this question and statement at the same time. Like I say, I feel guilty for the first time living in the diaspora, going and come. Sometimes, you go miss family, you go miss friends, right? But you always hope, say, they come back. But when you read and comment then they from an innocent person and get no relationship, if they look you right inside here, they tell you. So you see some of them politicians, yeah. See now first they go burn the house there. If they want to carry risk with life, then for kill winner so. You say someone come out, they go burn the house if he sell we. You understand? Eh? So even the APC people were under threat because the people in the field say, you're going to betray us now. You go answer for go elections where you the kind left this mess with we, where data not come out there is still so they go born news for now also they go born. You say because we ready you picking they're not able for go. Then we the left here, we're not even able for go Guinea self. Watalu say right now not get money for go transport for go Watalu, let alone for go na Guinea border. But that time you don't go with you picking them. So we see then kind of thing and they make you ask yourself question. Am I doing justice to Sierra Leone? But that guilt day, it's real. But there's one thing that I will tell you. Well, three things we'll see, not three, T-boy, or two. Three things were popular in our salon for the 6 weeks we'll go there. And I think T-boy will name them three things.
If you start on Santiago, get the collection right now.
Well, one connected with the economy and the one connected with the politics. Okay, let me help T-boy. From 5 years ago to date, I don't know if you noticed that, Femi, the countless times that we don't go salon, you get more foreign, I call them, bureau than ever before. Remittances like Afro International, RIA, and all. Every 10 meters, there is a place for collect money. Every 10 meters. And you get past 5 or 6 different companies, them, Western Union, MoneyGram, Afro International, RIA, some Team Pay, Transwise, you get past 6 or 7, every 10 meters where you work on a salon. You just sneeze so safe. You said, I will not be the same small thing for we, See, for me, we will not try, we don't want that family sell for we, small thing. If you been selling of middle net, now they can't wait for you for can collect for sales side. They can't collect, so they give fine price past the other way under. Then they beg you back. So that one thing that one day rampant in salon right now. So that shows you, in as much as we get bad apples within the diaspora, but with contribution is still greater. And unfortunately, now I make this government not feel the pinch because we the diaspora still the bankroll Sierra Leone in survival. T-boy, with the other two.
Well, right now, you don't make a freeze.
Okay, so that's one. The second one will be most popular, where Bob Cooper's all thing. A president being posted all over the country.
When I say the picking me way at tables earlier when I me say, Mama,
yeah,
the president being picture Boku at the country. So
right. The third one are SLPP t-shirts. up until now, people then they wear am for what you call it. Not so because then they support so, but people they not get close. So we still see people they book you know, like when you book you dry am, they take I wear am back. Because they don't get close. So now the treating them now the way me see rampant. What do you laugh to? But what that's true?
No, I agree with the first and the second one. But the third one, no.
The t-shirts, eh?
No,
You,
yes, there are many t-shirts in Freetown.
I don't see more than 10 thief man them videos when I talk and do t-shirts they wear. When I catch them, the other we tote drum, you talk and do, you wear talk and do, the other and they put in a corny go thief, the other and a goat. You understand? I'm not joking. It's true. The videos are out there. The other guy they say I tote wood, they go wearing talk and do t-shirt. So that it's either they and pants or something. But the anger is still boku. People are suffering, you know. People the way they expect for big, still the big. Things are tough for people on the economic front. But we'll discuss that as we go along.
The worst part that one day, where you get people that we're not supposed for big you can't bring see they don't eat. And again, not to say people they're not get pride anymore, but everything don't go. I go say 9 out of 10 times we will come out with the people who they approach we need to expect now like a 10. I go say 9 out of 10. They expect them for can big.
But they drown, please.
But they know what's in a bigger money again. The sense of knowing who a beggar is in Sierra Leone is not there anymore. Because the person when they expect say they can beg you, then they can beg you. And if they can beg you, say, I want you can give me money. Oh. You can't say, right now, angry. Now, angry, then in the country, you say they're angry. Then in the country, you say, give me money. Oh. Now, angry. And when you see the person, you go for the time, you say this person is angry. Now, eat you want eat. So sometimes you feel embarrassed because you realize, say, nothing don't go wrong with this person for make it can big. They may say he want eat angry.
See, boy, they continue for drown.
Man, I struggle with me sound and me picture and everything today.
Now you okay. You sound better if they closer to him now.
Right. So now the most surprising thing that to me, like when you talk about the fact, say, the t-shirts them fine, okay, yes, we see a lot of t-shirts around town, and then you talk about the posters, yes, again, we see a lot of posters. If not posters, nobody win the election. Of course, President Bioli win the election, hands down. But when you look at the other thing, the way they happen, we not been too sure of say yes, this they happen as alone. It's scary. It's very, very, very scary. And the amount of approaches they really get where you're gonna start in place they really expect say people and they are beach with picking at them back till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. Begging.
4 or 5-year-old picking and they out that late.
And when they come big, Alex, if you say you no get money, they will stand in front of you for like 10, 15 minutes. How you they feel within yourself for say, okay, so until you get 100,000 in your pocket, yeah. Because you know what, for start something we need it for free, because as you give one so they all they come. And guess what? Again, the thing will be the watch. Now the fact say majority of the bigger man we they led by them small picking them point of begging are all the cash machine installation the way they with it on.
ATM, most of the ATM then they
ATM them. Now they don't always there. Because for any approach where somebody make for go take money, then they can't send up front you. So then just they stand by. Then they wait for you look you go take money at the ATM machine then they come. So it was very much disheartening for see how we country don't go down the drain just within 5 years of all the development that we don't they claim say this alone. And when you look at the president in key manifesto pledge for this particular election, that feed salon. Really? Feed salon. How? With what? When? That's the question we should be asking. The key.
Well, I'm not. We not discuss program it because we still get all this.
Again, I just highlight some of the issues the normal way we talk about right now, where they lead to some of the disasters we will see. Because if people then be they live slightly within the breadlines until you go understand, but they're living way beyond. Even Kush self die out because money not there for buy Kush self right now. No joke. The rate at which we've been to see Kush before the election, not all that we see you in person. We didn't see that. And the reason behind that is because money not there for buy Kush. How you buy when you not get money? You go there except you need to give for free.
Keke man all the trust you now.
Can you imagine?
Keke, it is trust.
Oh, no more. Get that, no more. Because nothing no day. So it's very, very difficult for me to sit down and realize, say, this not the state will consider on the 5 years from 2018 to now, and what is going to be the expectation. We Salon they under any kind of threat, Salon they under any kind of embargo, Salon they under anything we go feel to say we know for don't gain some amount of stability within the past 5 years. And now we go into the unknown. What is going to be the expectation of the people of Sierra Leone? The diaspora have never been given the value and respect we deserve. And at some point, I was really pissed off, even more than what Femi don't highlight to me over the past 5 years, of the concerns of the input of the diaspora. We haven't been given any respect in Sierra Leone. And like it will not exist. They turn their backs and say to us, when I get out, when I go back to Sauna, come on, no to ya una day. And like Juma say, remittance has escalated from what Ibido used to be 5 years back is now like 20 times more. Because 2018, there was only one real shop or MoneyGram shop with me Sekila Road. 2018. But now,
almost 100.
Almost. If you're gonna check out
one building, you get 5 different money transfer places.
Yes, for sure. Campbell Street, all over. Well, if you're gonna areas now where you feel to say the working class day, now even worse.
And so the same for upline as well, not just in the provinces as well. Halfway international, you been get 4 maybe points, right? You get the main one I got in streets been there. That was the main one. I mean, the only one that we been there.
But now you get past how many are for international? Even when you go to the village self, then get money transfer. Now the way they say you send money for busing, not begin stress say, oh, you go get some more.
Because you just
send no more. So the kind of thing where we experience and where we see, based on the fact that the election we talk about so right now gets a lot to do with any particular incident and they will try to talk about. Why do we have to sit back and just accept things like that for happen? Take political parties away from this. Think Sierra Leone. Not just think say because you're not SLPP, you're not APC, now party in power. How is it benefiting your people? If you're fortunate for them at the diaspora, how much money you they send for your people and almost in the buy one bag grace? The fact say then at SLPP making the buy grace cheaper? No. The fact say then at SLPP then they change the dollar or pounds for them separately? No. The fact say then at SLPP then they get better in quality education past other people and all over the country? No. So what difference does it really make? Just because now you party in power means say your country go better? No, it doesn't mean like that. Go on, Chuma, sorry.
So one more thing what they look at, because people will say, oh, now the overseas and I talk about cool. Let's take comparison to Guinea Conakry. You look at the monetary value. Now, if you get 1 million leons, now 300,000 franc Guinea. So you're losing 700,000. 300,000. Now the borders of that place,
They even accept
then they accept Leons. People and they beg. People they beg if you the one that they sell now the border area, the Balamoy and all that, then they beg like you pay them in franc than in Leons. And then they back the tower and say no, on our money no value. That's how bad it is.
I agree. And this is the first time in the history of the sub-region for make Guinea money value pass beyond that bad.
And not just value, we don't depreciate to a level where it's unprecedented. Then I talk to somebody where they do business. This person, they manage, a young business person, go Turkey, go China, here and there. The person right now, they cry. Because in last business where you go to market where you go buy, not able for canceller because of the dollar rate. So that person almost don't lose $3,000 just from the time where you go buy for where you come back. How you get for cancel for recoup that $3,000 there. So she's gonna sell at a loss. That means say in business don't go down, you're not get for able for recoup again. These are, you look at these things, you say, oh, come on, not too like these are practical things. And these are people where they try for themselves. They don't depend on government, they no one care about government, then they work for themselves. We then get $100, then turn on to $200, it turns to 1,000 to 2,000, then they strive. And one thing we are always challenge. Then nobody not tell me, say, the ordinary salon person lazy. That is not true. That is not true. People don't have the opportunity or they not get the right guidance for able for go outside the one for each. And T-Boy can say something generally, I not be specific. He say all the Sierra Leonean need a small value. I not go be specific, I just they put them on a broad term. All, no. Don't. All the Sierra Leonean need a small value. I may allow you for talk. Yes, Femi. So you can't put yourself for unnecessary trouble. I will not do it. Go ahead, Femi.
It's Juma. I think so the World Bank they made a statement recently. You know, also not World Bank, it's not the African Development Bank. They made a statement. I don't know the exact wording of the statement, but these are just in defense of the diaspora. Because just now, I was here, they highlight some of the bad roles with some of the diasporans in the play. But majority of diasporans of Africa, and in particular Sierra Leone, have been the biggest gift givers to Africa.
Correct.
The Sierra Leone government, they benefit by the money that we send as gifts. Because not alone, we are the country's social services. We're the country's medical insurance, if I can call on that. We mama, auntie, cousin, brother, sister, paddy, even teacher. We teach you something at primary school, want something, and then they call we give. We know they learn to. We they give. And we give and we give and we give and we don't ask for much in return. But yet they treat us like dirt. Up to now, they not give you the opportunity for even help for pick with next government. But always then they take with money happily. And now I know they talk about the people who would gift directly. But the government of Sierra Leone will they benefit from their hard work in that once they also will they contribute to the running of the economy. Yes, they don't have the pick me right words. They're not brave enough. They're not brave enough for giving the opportunity for let we help pick the government. You know, it is sad, but again, if they're able to thief the election, not the one that we actually then give the rights for vote, they are waiting they're not go do to we. You know, it is it is high time for make people and begin realize the benefits of Sierra Leone as a whole. And why they talk so, and they talk about the diaspora as well. Because gone are the days where they jump a ship, it take you waiting 60 days for reach to the nearest European port. Gone are those days. Now within hours, you don't reach. We live in a global society. Technology don't make we they communicate with the people them on a regular each and every day. Not like before we been write email. Remember we been write email at that blue paper
Charge or that, yeah, mail.
and send and go to almost monthly they take for make you get a reply.
I
Now
don't call them par avion.
now it's instant. You understand? We
Mm-hmm.
live in an open society, and we need for land for do things differently. Not so because we grandpa them they do certain things in certain ways for make we for they do and now. At the beginning of the show, when I talk about some guy we they talk still talk about the water issues. In this day and age, we they talk about lights not there, we they talk about water not there now with capital city. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous is that? We need for begin fix so. Low left for the blame say, oh, because you be happy under Pasheki, so you good for make you happy now. No, if Pasheki make mistake, Momokai make mistake, I'm not gonna call the other and the between. Then Pakabaka make mistake, then Aneska make mistake, Maraka make mistake. When are we going to learn? We should learn and move forward, not for begin say they blame the past. Let's fix our country. As a whole, we get for fix the country. As I say, I chastise some of the people in the diaspora where they go, take position, and represent we badly. And then they run calm with their tails behind between their legs then can't sit down also. I chastise them early on. But now I chastise the people who they blame the diaspora for all the ills of Sierra Leone. Because the diaspora they actually do the government and the people a great, great favor.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi. And I think you're right. They say you talk to the dog, therefore talk to the bone as well. And here we are right now. We all get a role for play, and we all for be treated fairly. That's not what's happening right now. Um, the same president where they call the diaspora, or say una can't do this, una can't do that. And the same president they blame the diasporans for speaking up, or say, oh, for hold them accountable, for things them that is they do wrong. So this conversation therefore continue, but let's discuss what's the way forward. Are we just going to leave this like it is and agree, say, don't be, law carry on, law make peace, we need peace, law just join government for work? But what an irony. I just take a pause, go back a little bit. 2 years into President Buren government in 2018, what was the statement? APC not they do it in. APC no one give it chance for work, for develop Salon and push Salon go before. 4 years into President Buren government, or 2.5 years, 3 to 4 years, what not been the statement? If you know for say I not work, wait for election term, let you go vote. So now the people voted, exercise their right, connective them vote and make coup. And now APC say, all right, we don't have to rack out the pull and let give a chance for work. They say back they not for come out, therefore can work by force. How is that? What's the irony there? Anyway, Tibo, over to you.
They ask for the way forward as of
Right.
now.
Yeah. Sierra Leone should just leave it like it is?
Well, I have played an active role in the politics of Sierra Leone over the past 15 or 20 years. And I'm thinking most of what's in the experience right now will not ever experience it in the politics of Sierra Leone. The reason why I make it give 20 years now because we don't practice democracy within the past 20 years, I would say. And the democracy we don't practice now one way we don't get two different political parties, APC and SLPP combined. And now we get SLPP within the past 5 years. But the kind of practice of politics we don't see, we make something that therefore influence my opinion with the way forward. Now the fact say we have seen the brutality of the constitution of Sierra Leone. We have seen the brutality of the police forces towards civilians in Sierra Leone. We have seen the brutality of the military towards the people of Sierra Leone in a manner at which we haven't experienced even during the war. So when we look at the politics way we play right now at Salon, is it okay? It's a question first, then maybe I will answer it. Is it okay for like we say, because Sheki don't practice this kind of way of politics in the 80s, means it is okay for like Tijan Kaba can do, okay, it is okay for like MPRC can do worse? That's done. Is it okay for say, whatever MPRC we don't do during the days of MPRC, we see how them brutalize, kill people, murdered souls. Is it okay for the Tijan Kaba government we can take over the MPRC for do the worst because of what in MPRC we don't do? Is it okay for where the Tijan Kaba government done with all the corrupt practices they will encounter? Is it okay for APC for can do the worst? Is it okay for all what APC don't do during the 8 years in office? Is it okay for SLPP for can do extremely the worst of what APC don't do that 8 years day? But is it okay for like we see what's in the happen so now in our salon and then where it done, any party can take over? It okay for make that party they do the worst than what's in SLPP don't do so? That's a question we should be asking ourselves. And to me, if I say the answer now yes, it means we'll never be able to solve the problem of Sierra Leone. Because the whole idea of Usa we Fenwi self so today now based on revenge mentality. Now based on the fact say they were also they don't do this, so we get for can't do that. Now the saying whether not the ground APC get for dinner the wilderness for the next 20 years. Okay. Let's say that happens. After 20 years, what happened? Some of we were all above age now, go down 20 years older. Let's say you have accumulated serious amount of wealth within the next 20 years to come. And then we can't get a government we not get no remorse, not to think about anything we don't happen 20 years ago, not to forgive, not to forget, and then you fall victim of this new regime we don't come 20 years after. We something not be no self say they exist as a person. Then they can't treat you to the extreme. They wiped your whole clan that you have. demolish every property where you don't build, we don't suffer for bill if you suffer for bill. Just because they want to do exactly the same thing we don't happen 20 years ago. Today you papa them, today you auntie them, today you uncle them, or today you brother and sisters them. Let's say they carry revenge 20 years later. How you will feel? If you are 20 years older, look, we say APC then at the wilderness for the next 20 years, but it will end one day. What will happen to you? How you able to tell that story? They say, hey, now we be they do them kind of thing to them people there. Hey, now we not been the police officers them, then tell me how, hey, now me not been the IGs until I still there alive, I don't owe. So for me, as a nation, we will not force sit down and allow certain practices go ahead that we keep our mouth shut just because we know they support you, or not just because we support you, just because we associated with you, or something we benefit from you in any way, shape, or form. I think is wrong. So if we're able to defend democracy now, when is it going to be the right time to defend democracy? If we're able to stand for the right of the people of Sierra Leone now, when is it going to be the right time to do that? Salon no depend ususu. Where they go say now 5 years, now 10 years. I don't know how we meet that ususu there. But according to what we will see, if we want for practice democracy, we will allow and for make it take in place where it's supposed to take in society. If democracy true now for the people, we will allow the people to decide on whether they want to make it be a member of parliament, a mayor, a councillor, a chairperson, and the president. If we so believe in the democracy, will they make noise for so? And the current, well, I'm not going to say the current president, but the current, let me wait now the right word. But I can learn some Creole dictionary. Tell me what's the right word? Let me wait for you.
No, to me moti okay born Bob Marley.
Nah, nah, something next to Mali, nah, in the name after. But anyway, in the situation we find ourselves right now, the father of democracy don't interpret what in democracy actually mean. The time where it tell we say it been wear green, and the green way it been wearing. Now the green way they determine what in democracy be, where we not been to see with we eyes, I think we are now able to see it in practice. When the first lady yesterday talk say, me man gets PhD pan coup d'etat, we been feel say the coup d'etat where a man gets PhD pa, now just with the barrel of the gun and shoot and kill. No, it isn't. The PhD par coup d'etat, now him he executes so alongside Mohamed Kone and the rest of the ECSL team. He don't need for fire gun. He don't need for owner barracks and wear uniform. But we all see what in conspire in the 2023 elections na Salon and Insai it end up. That's the Sierra Leone we are today. That's the Sierra Leone we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. That's the Sierra Leone we will not know what will be the fate of the politics of that particular country day from now on. Maybe till tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, who knows? That's now what I will say. If you ask me what's in my own opinion going forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Femi, over to you.
We'll talk about something we last later on of the development of what's in the happen on Monday in the UK.
All right. Yeah. Not just the UK, around the world.
Yeah, around the world, sure.
Yes. So over to you, Femi.
Well, for me, I think so. We've said it all. It's um, it's a shame where we are today. We keep as we all say, revenge because of Tradia will happen. If it happen today, if it happen tomorrow. Even Judas safe, we don't have for bitter. We don't have for beat Judas. That's how sad this whole thing is. As Christians, as Muslims, we always believe say we for look forward. We for live we pass bear we and move forward. Not to for forget we pass so, but for learn from them mistake then they and move forward. Some of we brother and sister they really tell we the opposite. We they tell we say, oh, in 19 so and so be happy. Really? Really? We go to live with life because of what happened today. Instead of we try for better, we say for today and tomorrow for we picking there, we go picking there. It's a shame. It's a shame say we allow politicians them for hold we to ransom. I could not believe leading up to the election we are see certain, not even certain, we are see the amount of people who actually come out the dance for the current administration. I don't care how much polo in Guna, almost 10,000 or 100,000 in Guna. As Juma say earlier on, now the same price then they buy one bag rice. One bag rice is over 800,000 Leon. So. How many people can afford that 1 month? So if you have a family, and we know we family in a salon, because unto mama, papa, and two pikin, we not common at them family in a salon. We have multiple, and they will feed neighbor them. Imagine, really and truly, almost people are able for buy, rest, and feed them family in a salon. We don't take you one no salary buy rest. You don't even get transport for go work no more. You don't get money for buy plazas. You don't get money for buy fish. But yet the people that will put in charge, then they play with money like say na Sansana Beach. We they see the video them, how then they lavish money, then they throw them, then they spray them. Because it's easy, because they not work for them. Now the money that we them for take for feed we picking them, for nurse we elderlies them, for look after the country. We have no form of social care. We see people and they retire and then they die as pauper. People who don't work, they want no life. There's nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. And if we know say the country don't well, we know say this administration no more responsible. But this administration are then did it for fix the country currently. We know the issues. We don't expect any miracles overnight. But what we want for see, we want for see the roadmap. So we know say yes, things wrong today, but we dey see down the road because we know say better they come. Even if not so for we picking them. But we know they see them. Let's be honest, we know they see them. It is almost impossible to save anything in Sierra Leone because today they pay you some money. You do business today, they pay you today. You get for try use that money today, or you change them into foreign exchange. Because tomorrow value no mean nothing. If you keep the money 1 week na us, the value of the money depreciates. So you see, so we people are going to live on debt. They're going to live on anything, and we not see salon people. They not been getting problem there before. We know that's why now we get debt. Then buy all in cash. But now they can't. They're not able to do that. But I am talking to the Sierra Leoneans them. I did talk to SLPP people them. SLPP people them, we actually take a man we not get any credible experience for lead them party and ultimately lead we country. That's where we got it wrong. I have nothing against SLPP, but I don't understand how they make that choice. Then they want give it the headache for deal with them for another 5 years. The people inside SLPP then are then say for come out and talk outside 2 day for talk. This current administration, power administration, isn't good for Sierra Leone. It isn't good for Sierra Leone. No, but anybody will tell me different. Obviously, has not lived in Sierra Leone for the last 5 years, or hasn't been responsible for people in Sierra Leone for the last 5 years. It is a shame to know what's going on. ECSL and able add 1 and 1. You know, everybody we talk to them, they say, "Una election was a shamble," and it's not to Sierra Leoneans them. That image where they see them, they go clean across the world. They don't dirty them overnight. The image of Sierra Leone is in tatters at the moment. And as soon as I say on Monday, in the few days to come, the world is going to come out with the employed people for come out and can demonstrate and talk, but how I feel, but what's happening in our country. We can't left this year so make this in above case, because that's what they want. They want us to forget. They want us to forget so they can move on. We not for allow them for do that. We for do everything that we only look on at them for ensure that that does not happen. Write, talk to people, phone people, anybody we able, galvanize. Something must be done. We can't allow a rogue government for stay in power in our salon.
Well, thank you so much, Femi. Thank you, T-Boy. I appreciate all on our contributions and comments. And I want to say thank you to all we viewers them and the people that are the chat groups them both on Facebook and YouTube. Both the one that we don't cause we, including the other don't cause we don't attack we. But hey, you know, that's why we're here. We don't have to agree on everything. Take your party position, all that's fine. We just want for remind, just like how we ask what next. All roads leads to the diaspora again. I just want to implore the diaspora, because we ask ourselves, hey, what do for do now? Get a lot of people from the diaspora, they get sleepless night. Some man get rumbele, some man get heart attack, get high blood pressure, you know, because of what may happen. So people were concerned. And now that they ask, now so no more this thing get for good. No, not so no more get for go. So you have Sierra Leoneans all over the world, we don't mobilize, they organize for ensure say sorry family them. I still jet lag. My time na salon at 5 hours, so sleep on the couch. Me don't pass my bedtime na salon. So so I can go lay down possibly awake 1 o'clock in the morning. That's it. I begin keep vigil till morning back. So the circle. Sierra Leoneans them all over the world. So tomorrow, now the United States, Sierra Leoneans then they go demonstrate for waiting they happen. If you're able to join them, join them. The simple ask is, and get 4 main points where they go, where they push, agenda where they push right now. One, now for ask for make sure they institute a travel ban on all the one that were responsible for topple democracy. And cannot they say rig? If it's somebody rig, you understand, okay, well, now half a pool. Or somebody will thief the election, we make coup. The second one, Sierra Leoneans then at the diaspora, they use all channels where they're able for ask for let them freeze the accounts and assets of all the people them were responsible for deterioratory democracy, including President Bill. The third one, then they ask for let them withhold aid, including the MCC government compact. I think that they don't even kick in right now. Then the fourth one, then they ask for let them ban from accessing credit facilities from IMF and World Bank until this sad situation is reversed. So that's the UK, the USA, Save Our Democracy. Then they do Friday, July 14th, 2023. Then they begin convert from 7:30 a.m. Now Forbes Boulevard, Lanham, and they ask every Sierra Leone, and then they go to the Capitol and the White House. Then I know obviously UK get their own demonstration as well on Monday the 17th from Elephant and Castle, correct, T-Boy? From Elephant and Castle, then they go to the UK Parliament and also other organizations then for present position papers and make statements then for show say enough is enough. Europe self they do, I not get Europe then date, we'll confirm it once we get it. And we go to the European Parliament. And also then we go to other foreign friends of Sierra Leone, then international democratic groups then, and Europe, mostly in Belgium and hopefully in Germany and so on and so forth. And other African nations, the way they go to Mano River Union and ECOWAS. Some go be street march, processions and all of that. Some of it will be just people going. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that have been doing stuff behind the scenes that is not for public discussion or public consumption. So I don't know if you get anything for add the T-Boy before I close. Because we're going to close now.
And so far, I think the UK procession is being put together by concerned Sierra Leoneans and a few more other Sierra Leoneans than we involved in organizing protests against any governments, regardless of the political party involved. So this time around, it's equally the same thing. They happened in London on Monday, and I feel the procession they start from Elephant and Castle. So they are asking for every Sierra Leonean who is available to attend. Please do attend because the numbers are very important. Again, the reason for most of the thing and we in the sky for go protest for within the go tender then document as on number one now House of Parliament down in streets and one other point where they very close to number 10 Downing Street. So they are going to yeah, I think so. One I don't remember the right one, one or three places then they march towards. So it's going to be roughly about a 3-hour session. Again, if you get speaking, not say you not get picking, you not get babysitter, cow the picking. Find out for local picking.
Nice in London right now, eh?
It's find out for local picking and begin understand what to go through.
So see, but the weather nice, eh? For let the people and cow them picking.
Nice. The sun is out. Is
exactly. And school don't lock as well, no so.
School not lock it, but now the last week of school closing down, right. So not everybody will have their kids in school. But if you do, that's fine. By the time the match they done, you go on due for Kentucky picking back.
Exactly. So excuse now they.
So they are going to stand up against intimidation, stand up against human rights abuse, say no to election malpractices and manipulation, stand up for democracy, and stand up against irony is the word. So it's all going to happen on Monday, and it starts at 9:30 a.m. and the march they start at 10 o'clock prompt. So they want everybody for daily because the police don't give others then go on for me they start on time because then go on for me the process runs very smooth. So that's not some of the issues them with and you go tender documents them against what in the happen at Salon. And we all don't see and know exactly what's going to happen within the past couple of years. And especially for this election, we've seen the amount of issues then we the election entails. So we get for look at them in there so and then see what's in the possibility of the diaspora Sierra Leoneans raising their own concerns. Because when things go wrong in Sierra Leone, it affects Sierra Leoneans all over the world. Possibly the diasporans, they know they suffer the consequences of death by themselves or in person by themselves, but family members are at risk, properties are at risk. We get focused the diaspora a huge amount of losses because some thinking we need to see the impacts of that because they can always say, well, you know, they don't know nothing happen. But that story didn't have story for another day now because now we know that they even know what's in the happen than we did it.
Yeah.
So that's for the information that we then they get now like oh they free turn on my family to get information past week. And it's asking us questions, what's in the happen and what's in the happen here. As they inside Freetown, then they attack APC party office. Now from the diaspora, NSA made a live feed of what's happen at the party office. So basically, this is how information spreads so fast within the diaspora. We take ourselves for granted. These people don't respect and value what we do in terms of our contribution towards Sierra Leone. But therefore become steadfast in what we are doing. We should not relent because we contribution towards Sierra Leone, then they make the economy stand as it is right now. Whether any political party they can for brutalize them in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, we still get your role for play from the diaspora. Not just sending remittance back home, but also stand for what we believe in. Because this part of the world where we respect what thing they happen. Now this part of the world, we for equally respect what thing they happen and we don't consider them because we want to emulate the best practice and not the bad one. So be on time, make sure say you did it. We will put out some of the other information that very relevant where people need to get more information, and then we'll be able to know exactly what thing will be the other outcome in the other areas, especially in Europe. We'll not get the full information yet. We could try for see whether there is possibilities for possibly bring out the protest march where they happen in America tomorrow, if we can. If we're able to put together any modalities to make that happen, we go able for broadcast and live now, we won't feed them. Otherwise, the one on Monday, yes, of course, we're going to be there doing what we always do in terms of supporting community activities in the diaspora, especially in the UK. We've been actively involved in all forms of demonstration, be it political, be it social, be it civil, be it legal, all forms of demonstration, we have been involved. Not so because of we like for cause trouble. Demonstration is not about causing trouble. It's about raising awareness for some of the things the way they affect we living in the UK. Not to just think the way they happen on a salon, but even us living in the UK, we getting the way we suffer from as ethnic minorities. There, we would always fight for mobilize, make them able to understand. Say we self your needs the importance, just like any other minority. So we're not going to sit down and say not to business. Now business. You go, you know, go, that your business. You sit down, you also, you not sit down, you also, that your business. You participate actively, you not participate actively, or now your business. So no matter how you look at them, this now your business. You can take them very seriously because otherwise it could deter you and picking the way you don't want to go salon. As already we don't begin to experience that. It will make you begin and feel like for say your home where you're so proud of, say you come out, you don't even get in mind for go there. They expect me for go live there or go holiday. So let's think about all those issues and see how best we can be able to defend democracy because we are not trying to save it anymore. We are trying to defend it now because saving democracy has failed because people of Sierra Leone voted for who they wanted, but that has failed them. Now we have to defend it as much as we can so we not go back to that same thing they don't come up from for the past 5 or 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So just a reminder for the one reading at the US, obviously the Save Our Democracy protest is not about the APC, it's not about the SLPP, but it's about Sierra Leone and the future of the country. So we don't see people and don't commit for come out all the way from California, Philadelphia, Atlanta, North Carolina, Ohio, of course, Maryland, Virginia, DC, New Jersey, New York, all them places, then the Arizona, people that they come up from all parts of the United States for ensure, say, then they tomorrow for participate in this protest. The address again, the mid assembly point is 4801 Forbes Boulevard, Maryland. So at least they want to follow on a day for starting time, just like how T-Boy say. This is beyond just a political party or political interest. It's about the future of Sierra Leone. Waiting happens so not different from the protest where people let me go protest for restore President Kaba, where them be overthrown. It's more or less the same thing that happened. Mohamed Kone staged a coup against Sierra Leoneans and mess up with democracy. So people will have to call for the restoration of democracy now, not tomorrow, not in the future, but now. Before we go, there is one appeal I want to make, and possibly T-Boy will disagree with me. Well, I'm going to make it here. Viewers, beware of anybody where they tell you, say, SLPP and APC na dem don pull salon. Anybody will come directly for you. No Singapore will not like salon. It is supports waiting they happen so. But you not get mind come out and talk. Beware of anybody, any Sierra Leonean, which say, oh, me I don't mix pan politics, if I need support political party, you know, me and I salon in better one no more one less salon go before. Now lie, it is support this government. Any of them people and they una beware of them. Not allow, don't get caught up. Now that kind of trap they. Then allow they use for cover up. They will say, oh yeah, the theory they happen now bad, but APC self now so them been do. They are all not the same say politician. Man, no mix pan politics. Now make a dynamic corner. Them people and they dangerous now. Then they enjoy now this government right now. The one they tell you say they no mix pan politics. Either them fumble and then they are government, or then get boyfriend or girlfriend inside the government, or then they give them the thief money. Now then they enjoy inside the government. So I just want to bring that caution there. Let non-Sierra Leone not tell you say no mix pan politics, you know, and not just Sierra Leone. They rikishi and then they are lucky this country. Let God punish them all. But anyway, fumble with
Juma, I've been just looking for this one at this platform, but I think now for begin swear.
Really? Now you have to pay me before I begin swear.
No, I agree with you 110%. But again, you say I'm not going to agree with you, but like I just touch on small, who say I'm not going to agree with you. Everybody have the rights to support their political parties.
Exactly.
But you will also call out the truth where it is needed.
Exactly.
So there is nothing wrong with you supporting APC or SLPP. But it says when any one of them two parties has to do wrong, come out and say. And you know they expect you for all APC accountable. APC don't serve in the government for 5 years. Well, for all APC accountable.
They are not in governance right now. They've been kicking them out in 2018.
So we're not going to go back again and say, okay, yeah, we need to talk about APC. No, not getting nothing for say about APC right now. And what SLPP? And then they're in governance. So until they do the right thing, we're not going to for stop, not for hold them accountable. We need to criticize them, we hold them accountable. They are supposed to be accountable to the people of Sierra Leone because the people of Sierra Leone are responsible for paying the members of parliament, residents, and all heads of parastatals. Because our tax money in the ticket. We sitting down here pay taxes in Sierra Leone. So we can't sit back and allow things then for happen. Where you didn't at the UK or America or any parts of the world, who say taxpayer money to go? You know what for no day? They will come begin pay people them exorbitant amounts of money. Then you don't know exactly what you do with the money when they pay them. Even the BBC, where they pay billions of dollars to them presenters, then with a questioner. We're not having the proper services of the BBC. Some people are not paying TV license because they believe the TV license that they're paying for is not worth their while. So we got to begin challenge them in a salon because we right. So look, we not sit back and say we not mix. Because if you not mix, then we'll mix you. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to viewers them on YouTube and Facebook. And also, we not left for now, but to go try as much as possible for be consistent going back forward with the programs they will do every other Wednesday. But also watch out because there will be subsequent programs they will not go advertise. Continue for like our page and subscribe to it because we will get impromptus. Just like COVID, they do no more for the election. We'll come back onto the structured program then after this old drama with the election saga done. We don't know how soon it will complete, but we'll watch and see exactly what's in the happen. Why should we plan and prepare ourselves or go back to a regular program schedule? Which means we bring out everything, not just how they go inside the Republic. We don't hold the fort for the past couple of years, I would say. We'll come back again with normal programs they do every other week. They will be able to tell us, say, yes, election is over. Now we can move on. Possibly the people of Sierra Leone don't get what they want. And around now we all look forward to. But we don't know how soon that will happen. But we still keep our hopes very strong and high. And we know, say, the best will prevail for the people of Sierra Leone and nothing else.
Thank you so much. Just a quick one for the people in London. I see them, they ask the time. Now 9:30 starts time now from Elephant and Castle. And from the one in the United States, Forbes Boulevard, na Maryland, Maryland at 7:30 a.m. and at the time for Converge Day for meet up at the place. So now we will for plan and how for go. Okay, we will give a date for the Europe and the location once we confirm that. But it's going to be a worldwide protest all over the world, and because people want answer, they want to hold people accountable. Thank you again so much on behalf of the CIGM Media platform and to now we viewers them both on Facebook and YouTube. And we ask you kindly for subscribe to the channels so you have an opportunity to get notification once we come on air or once we are about to come on air. So until hopefully tomorrow or subsequent days then, me, Jumaba, they say Tata on behalf of the CIGM Media team, and we hope to see you guys soon. Good night and stay blessed.
For Canada Party office now, whosoever Nadi, for rescue the leader, Dr. Samoa, they don't attack. Carry the fire life gun. They don't attack the fire life gun at the office. Una can rescue the leader. Una can now.
As far as see, we just guys.
For Canada Party office now, whosoever Nadi, for rescue the leader, Dr. Samoa, they don't attack. Carry the fire life gun. They don't attack the fire life gun at the office. Una can rescue the leader. Una can now.
As far as see, we just